What's going on? What's going on? Come on in, come on in, come on in. Hit that like button, hit that like button. Let me know where you are checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from. Come on in, come on in. Come on in. Andre McKinney finally caught alive. What does it say? Finally caught a live stream. Enjoying my Sunday off, ready for some knowledge and motivation. Thanks in advance. Your boy Low End or No End. You always come in, Andre, and say low end or no end. Where you from the low end? You from one of the buildings or where you from? Let me know which building are you from the low end. Let me know where you from. I'm glad you checking in. Pippi, what's going on? Let me know where you checking in from. We got GA in the building, Kirk in the building. Just came off of Kirk's live. Very interesting live that Kirk put on just a moment ago that he ended. I'm not going to talk about that live. I'm going to suggest everybody go over there to his channel and take a look at it when you guys get a chance. Mr. Marcus Young, what's going on? Interstate Screw Detroit in the building. Charles Johnson in the building. You looking like Fu Manchu. Who that? Fu Manchu. Who was Fu Manchu? What's Fu Manchu? What's Fu Manchu? I'm chilling. Chilling. Let me know where y'all checking in from. Hit that like button. Tonight I'm just going to do Q&A because I always do a presentation. It'd be like people asking questions throughout the presentation, and then by the time I end the presentation, and I get to answer those questions about an hour later. Oh, damn, Fu Manchu. So it ain't lining up. Damn, man. It was working well the other night. Hold on. Check. Oh, man. I thought I had lined the audio up. Hold on. Let me see if it's a delay. I got the mic delay turned off. And it lined up the other day. I thought I had it. Hold on. Check. Is that better? Or nah? If it's not, then I'm just gonna have to look like a Chinese movie tonight. I don't know. I had it lined up right the other night. I don't know why it's a delay tonight. It's out of sync. Ida B. Wells, the zone by the swimming pool. All right. From over there off the wells over there off Cottage Grove. Well, I don't know. I'm just gonna have to look like a Bruce Lee movie tonight because I can't fix the delay while I'm live. I just tried, so it's not gonna let me fix it. Matter of fact, I don't even got a mic delay on. Hold on. Yeah, I don't even got a mic delay on. I don't know why it's delayed, but we're just gonna have to roll with it tonight. Ain't nothing I can do while I'm live. So I'm gonna do Q&A tonight. So people drop the questions. I'm gonna answer the questions and then I'm gonna get up out of here. But I just want to say something real quick before we get into the Q&A. But you can drop the Q&A or the questions, and I'll answer the questions. I'm switching my content up. I'm not switching from box truck content. I'm gonna keep box truck content, but I'm gonna start approaching my content from a different angle. I'm gonna still do my forecasting and stuff like that. But last year when I came on, I put out a lot of informational content, as so was everybody else. Obviously my stuff came from a different perspective, like I said, but now, here's the thing, and it's just not with content creators, especially like these new guys that's coming up. And I guess I'm still, believe it or not, I'm still a new guy. I haven't been on YouTube even a year yet. I think I'm like 9-10 months. It may seem like I've been on for a while, but I'm only 9-10 months in. But it's a whole new wave of new people coming in. It's some old people, other people that came in this year that, is, moving a little different now, that's on the up and coming, you know what I'm saying? And, I'm just seeing things people moving different now. When money was coming in and everything was good, everybody could make the same content, right? So everybody was making the same content. You could easily throw a video up, had some people show their numbers. You had people say, oh, I made this much. Pretty much all the videos you seen, for the most part, that a lot of people were doing were recycled videos from other content creators. You could just basically say, oh, I made X amount of dollars, and someone that's searching box truck business or box truck on YouTube would take that video and I guess take that thumbnail and that subject, that title as inspiration, watch maybe the first 30% of the video and then run with that information and then take it and do what they may with it, right? So you've seen a lot of that, right? Now what happened was when things started to shift, right? Things started to shift and everything that I said was going to happen happened. All right. So we went through the peak season. I said all that. I talked about the rates and things of that nature. Then I started talking about January and February. Now here we are in January, and I said it was going to get ugly in January. And see, people tell on themselves. All right, people tell on themselves. And what's happening is, and it's just, I'm not speaking as far as creators. I'm speaking from creators. I'm seeing people come in my comments that I never seen before, complaining and not complaining about me. All right, I wasn't on YouTube during the hype phase. I wasn't around. You know, ain't nobody placing blame, but what they're doing is old videos that I did 7 months ago. All right, people are in a frantic now that they're running looking at old content. People that never looked at the channel, they're looking at old content, trying to move and shake and trying to pivot and transition, but it's too late now. So then they're transitioning. Now everything is garbage. US Pack. Oh man, I read the reviews or man, laser ship. And but my friend worked there and they said he didn't get paid and everything is a complaint now. Complaining about this, complaining about that. That's what I'm getting from people watching the content. It wasn't none of that. Months ago, it was like, thanks. I never heard of this company. Oh man, thanks for the information. That's great, man. I'm going to apply with them. This was the sentiment then. Now the sentiment now is something totally different. Now getting back to the creator side, now people are running out of content. So what do? They plagiarize, all right? Plagiarize other content creators. Now, here's the thing. I don't plagiarize nobody. Ain't nobody presenting their content from the perspective that I present my content from, all right? But now I see people that was on a whole nother wave. And these are like people who you guys probably, they in the algorithm, but they really not in the algorithm. But they in it, but they not, you know what I'm saying? They speaking from a whole different perspective now. Now everybody want to talk about the stuff that I be talking about. You see what I'm saying? And they don't even know what they talking about. You know what I'm saying? So here's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move on as far as not from the box truck. I'm going to still curate dope shit. All right, I'm going to curate dope content from the box truck perspective, but I'm going to do it in a different way. Like all the information I did last year, people welcome to go back and look at that information. All right, people that have been subscribed, they already seen that information. There's always going to be a cycle of new people coming in, but going forward, everything that I curate as far as box truck content is going to be real complex stuff. When I did that video or that live Thursday where I did business person or box trucker, that's the type of stuff that I'm doing going forward. I'm doing stuff that's going to get you to think, that's going to open up your mind to bigger pictures. All right. So you can, people going to steal that old stuff I did. Now everybody want to talk about January. And I'm not speaking about people that you know. These are guys that are up and coming guys. I watched a video for this up and coming guy the other day. He's like, man, y'all box truck guys with a lot of subscribers, y'all got to do a better job. Everybody's talking about the truth now. Mark never had the truth video because Mark always told the truth. Mark told you the truth before the truth happened. I prepared you for what the truth was going to be. All right. So now everybody want to go on this truth, trash, trash. Well, everybody that's on this whole truth thing now, what were y'all telling 5, 6, 7 months ago? When I was getting beat up about peak season in September and October and August, what were these guys talking about then? if everything now is the truth? You see what I'm saying? Anybody that does a truth video, what were you talking about then? If now is the truth. So basically what I'm saying is people, content creators, they ride waves. All they do is recycle and reproduce each other's content. It takes a lot to curate content. All right. This box truck thing, this is a very, very, very small niche. That's why when you see certain content creators enter this space and then abandon this space, sometimes they abandon the space because they just don't have any more content. They don't have any more content. Their mind isn't broad. They can't speak from different perspectives of the industry. Another reason is a lot of these guys, a lot of these up and coming guys, they're really, really young. They haven't even experienced a lot in life, let alone they can't sit up here and tell you how to run a business. When I did the box truck bubble, I presented an era, all right, an era that everybody went through, right? An era that everybody went through, the pandemic, all right? And I used an economic formula and I measured it with this whole box truck phase and this frenzy, step by step. I took an economic formula and paralleled it with every single thing that was going on up into the phase right now, panic. Go back and look at the box truck bubble video I did in September. I talked about the euphoria phase. I talked about the panic phase and every other phase in between. The euphoria phase was obviously last year when everybody was happy running around putting these videos out, telling people, selling people this idea. And I'm going to get into that too. I got some dope content I'm going to put out about that too. Selling people this idea of fortune and fame in this box truck industry. And then the last step of a bubble is panic. And this is what you see people doing now. They're running around panicking. And when people panic, they run around like chickens with their head cut off in frenzies. That's why you got people, a lot of these upcoming guys, right, running around, can't make no money in their truck. So now they relying on YouTube, right? And they can't make money over here. So what they got to do is they can't think of dope content. So they go plagiarize somebody else's content. Don't give a person credit. Not talking about nothing you ever talked about before. Now all of a sudden you want to speak from an economical view and you don't even know economics. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create content that can't nobody plagiarize in the box truck space. Stuff like I did last Thursday. Business person, right? Or box trucker. Which are you? I broke it down because a lot of people think they box truckers. A lot of people are box truckers and a lot of people just not business people. And I compared the two because it's a difference. It's a difference. A lot of the stuff that people are doing now, creator, subscriber, are signs of a box trucker. Are signs of a box trucker. Because you're relying on your box truck. You're not thinking outside the box. You're not thinking like a businessman. You know what I'm saying? It's like I said Thursday. A business person doesn't run and complain. And if they do complain, they do it in private. All right? They don't run and complain at the first problem that arises. All right? What makes a dope business person, all right? What makes a good business person is the ability to solve problems. If you cannot solve a problem, you will never be a good business person. At the first sign of an issue, here's the first sign of issues for a lot of these guys, and they just throw in the towel and say, "I quit. The game is trash. The game is trash." The reason why I ain't working, first of all, you looking at it as a game. So you're a box truck, you're not a businessman, and you throw the towel in. One, because you didn't want to do no hard work. So you throw the talent at the first moment of despair, the first issue you run in, you will never have a successful business. I don't care what you pivot into. You could leave the trucking industry alone and go somewhere else. You go open a restaurant. You could sell bootleg t-shirts outside whatever the basketball or the football team and your local town. You can sell bootleg Detroit Lions t-shirt outside the Lions stand. You can sell bootleg Bears t-shirts, whatever the business you want to get into. You'll never succeed at it. All right, because if you're going to run at the first sign of an issue, you'll never be a dope businessman because you can't solve problems. All right, the most successful business people into the world today are faced and plagued with problems every single day. And what makes them great are the ability to solve problems. Some of y'all need to go watch some real good documentaries on some real smart, intelligent, dope people. Go watch the Steve Jobs movie. Now you talk about adversity, you talk about problem solving. Man, this guy lost his whole company. This man was forced to exit his own company, Apple. Created a bullshit company next. But guess what? Because of his ingenious, because he was so smart, they had to bring him back. You wouldn't have no iPhone. If you watching me on an iPhone, you wouldn't have no iPhone if it wasn't for that man. The point is, he solved problems. He was able to get his company back. That was a problem that he solved. You think Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, you think these guys don't have problems? You think your little problems are, the rates are down? That's little bitty problems. You talking about guys that have billion-dollar problems. Like, you run from the first little sign of adversity. These are the box truckers. All right. I want to speak to business people. So I'm going to curate content for business people that can't be plagiarized. You know, when things are good, I'm still going to produce the same type of content. It's going to be content to open people's mind, and don't think this box truck thing is the end all be all, because I'm telling you, it's not. It's not. And, you know, if people, when I was putting out that content months ago about thinking outside the box, I put out a video months ago. I said, and guess what? It don't got a lot of views. See, that type of shit doesn't get views because nobody cares about that shit. But guess what? If people would have watched that video, I said, get stock in XPO. I said, look, if you're running for these companies, you should own stock in them. Double dip. Go look through my videos. I'm not going to pull it up. Go look through this shit. But guess what? If people would have watched that content and took the time to watch that video and bought a few shares of XPO, when they created that sister company, RXO, guess what? They gave you share per share. I tried to put y'all on. It was free money. That video probably still only got 300 views. Free money. Free money. Free money. They gave you share per share. I said, people always, you don't talk about, when I talk about Amazon, I give you gems. But guess what? I can talk about Amazon because I own lots of shares of Amazon. So as an owner of it, I can speak on a company that I own shares of. You know, I said buy shares of Amazon. That's a lot of guys out here running Amazon Relay don't own a percentage of a share. I probably make more money. I probably made more money off Amazon than a lot of guys that run Amazon Relay. And it's split back in June. I cashed out, kept some. There's guys out here running Amazon Relay, don't own shares of it. Don't make sense to me. The perspective that I want to speak from, I'm speaking like that. I'm trying to set people up to be good business people That truck ain't your end all be all. You can run in that truck, man. You might have a great day. You might own shares of Amazon. It might just be one of those great days for Amazon where you just end up making way more off your shares, right, than you do running a load. Now, here's something that's working for you without you even having to do anything. See, these guys don't talk to you about this stuff. And I put the content, you go back and look at it. This content is up there. But nobody watches that stuff. I do a hype video about the hype is dead. Oh, people come to that because they want me to go in and make fun of people who lost a truck or rented a high truck. People like seeing that type of stuff. You know, but everything that I lined up and prepared, like everything that I do is if you go back and you look at my content and you look at how I set it up from week to week, month to month, it was to prepare people for peak season and it was prepare people after peak season. I balanced it like that for a reason. And I was telling people, so there's no reason now why everybody's running around in a frenzy. You know, I get all these people that are complaining about these companies, complaining about laser ship. Guess what? Sometimes a company may not pay you. You heard a story about somebody that you know that ran for US Pack or ran for Lasership or ran for this company and they didn't get paid. Okay, why didn't they get paid? Do you think these companies are making all this money and they just have you running and they just don't pay you? Maybe they had claims. There's multiple sides to stories. I've had situations, yes, where I didn't get paid. I remember one time I had to float 8 G's. Dynamics didn't pay me for 2 periods. I still had to pay my guys. I'm running 3 trucks for Dynamics 7 days a week, doing 5 to 9s for IKEA. For 2 periods, that's a month. They didn't pay me. Why? Because of a racist dude who just didn't like me. He just didn't like me. He had no reason to like. He was mad at me because he's a damn operations manager at Dynamics. And here's this young black dude. At the time, I was probably about 34 with a bunch of damn trucks. And he got to approve to pay. So he knows what I'm making. So he's not approving to pay. Because just off that account, I'm probably making more than what he's making half the year. Quiet as kept. And I was able to negotiate a guarantee. Why? Because I utilize my leverage. I talk about leverage. Company call you, you don't go apply with a company. They call you and say, hey, we need help. Leverage. Okay, y'all call me. So, man, this is what I need. You call me. I talk about leverage. I've given all people the tools, so when people come and complain in the comment, well, this company, now everybody want to complain. I see other YouTubers putting up content, people complaining, everybody in a frenzy. Why? Because it's like been setting people up to have multiple streams in this same industry. Why are you running for Amazon and you don't own shares? Listen, the shares ain't even 3,000 no more. I owned the joints when they was 3,000. Cashed out, they split, kept some. 20-1. You can get in now. Last time I checked, Friday, they closed at $89, $90. Get in before it run up. So you're running for Amazon and you don't even own shares of the company. You're running for XPO, you don't own shares of that. Or RXO. Or whatever other publicly traded company. If you're running for a publicly traded company, you should have shares in that company. Who else is telling y'all that? But go back and look at the video. I did the video probably in September, August, October. Probably ain't got no views. Just look for one of the videos that don't got a lot of views. All the videos that don't got a lot of views got the best content for you to make money. I'm the first person that was doing the gig stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my content from a different perspective. It's going to be still box truck content, but I'm going to do it from a different perspective. And guess what? It's going to be boring to a lot of people. But the people who come, they're going to get the gems. I'm like, it's going to be stuff to open your mind as far as owning a box truck and operating a box truck and what you're going to do going forward. Because guess what? If your plan is to get this box truck or stay in your box truck for 20, 30 years and pass it down to Junior or Man, or Pooh Bear, or Pooh Man, or Baby, or what, like you tripping. This probably not the channel for you. You know what I'm saying? Because the way I'm finna do the rest of my I'm finna set you up for longevity. I'm gonna help you get up out of that thing. Because guess what? Nothing lasts forever. I've been telling y'all that. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing. Listen, the stuff that I'm researching, the stuff that I'm building, the stuff that I'm trying to put together now, as far as logistics, if I told y'all some of the information that I've come across, you wouldn't believe it. Like, man, people think, man, they might got 10 years. You may not have 10 years. You may not have 10 years. You may not have 10 years. Listen, technology is moving very, very fast. Very, very fast. Very, very fast. All right? So this box truck thing is cool as a stepping stone, but it's not an end-all, be-all. It's not. So my content going forward, I did all the information stuff last year. I'm gonna let these new guys and all these other guys that want to play, they can have that. They can have it. I don't want it. They can have it. Go look at my old stuff. But going forward, everything I do now is gonna be like what I did this past Thursday. Things to open your mind as far as this space. Are you a box trucker or are you a business person? Comparing the two. Because some people then probably don't think it was a difference until I broke it down that it was. I'm going to talk about this idea. I'm not going to, let me not give my ideas because, people may try to take my stuff and run with it. But, they're not going to be able to put it together like me anyway. You know what I'm saying? But I got some ideas, but that's the type of stuff that I'm going to do going forward. It's going to be stuff to, either get you in the truck if that's what you aspire to do, get in the truck, but also help you to open your mind as far as not being stuck in that truck. And I'm not talking about putting a driver in there, because guess what? Scaling is probably going to be your hardest thing. I know what it's like to build, scale a company. I've done it. Scaling is going to be your hardest part right now. All right. Scaling is going to be your hardest part. A lot of people got to understand that I just said nothing stays the same, but a lot of people got to realize you may just be late to the party. Like, I'm going to really keep it funky. Sometimes you might just be late to the party. Y'all ever heard of a term called early adopters or settlers? Let's talk about settlers. You know what a settler is? I'm going to tell you what a settler is, right? Let's talk about gentrification real quick. See, this is the shit that I want to talk about. I'm going to compare and contrast shit, right, with box trucking to real life stuff that correlate. Let's talk about settling, all right? I'm going to tell you what people do. When there's gentrification, right, you got a black neighborhood, a ghetto neighborhood, right? But it's in a really good area. All right, so there's some people from Chicago. I saw a buddy from the low end, so he'll probably understand. So Chicago, right, prior to gentrification, our downtown from the north, the south, and the west was surrounded by projects. To the east of us is Lake Michigan, so it's nothing to the east. So to the north of downtown Chicago, you had Cabrini Green, all right? To the west, and I'm talking about right outside of downtown to the north, not far north, You downtown Chicago, to the north of downtown Chicago, on the border of downtown, you had Cabrini Green. To the west, you had Henry Horner, Rockwell Gardens. To the south, you had Stateway. You had the Wells. You had the Ickeys. All right? The Hilliard Homes. All these projects up and down State Street. So downtown is surrounded by the ghetto. That's prime real estate. All right? So let me tell you what a settler does, right? So during gentrification, this is what a settler does. A person who doesn't belong in that area moves in because they know gentrification is about to happen 5-10 years down the line. So they settle it. Why? Because they know the area is going to go up in value, but they're bold enough to take the risk to deal with the riffraff early so that when it turns around, instead of them paying $1 million for their crib, they paid $80,000 for their crib. So in the middle of the ghetto is some little white family, and you looking like, why are they walking around here? The settlers. Oh, the neighborhood going to change in 10 years. We're going to have to deal with the BS. But once it changes, we saved $1 million. Early adopters. All right. So listen, it's a such thing as early adopters in business. Settlers. I got in 2010. First truck, $7,900. Told this story before. Wasn't popular. This wasn't a popular industry. I ran into a buddy in the gym about 2 months ago. He's like, man, this whole box truck thing I see on the internet, man, I thought about you. I'm like, damn, Mark was doing this years ago. Names on the side of trucks and everything. Well, nobody ain't think about it. Not everybody talking about they got to get a box truck. $7,900 first truck. It was the Wild Wild West. The Wild Wild West. This stuff that people got to go through now with logistics companies for final mile, this whole, if you don't show up, they're going to charge you for the route. Wasn't none of that. The rental trucks, wasn't no deposit or no deposit for no rental or no some of these other stipulations, 2 years in business, all that goofy stuff they send people through now. Wasn't none of that. I need a rental. It's under the company. Are you sending somebody to pick it up, Mark, or do you want us to drop it off? They'll drop the truck off to you. Go pick the truck up. You know what they charge you? If the rental is $450 for the week, 1,000 free miles, guess how much it is? They swipe your card for when you go pick it up. $450. They charge you for the week in advance. And then whatever that day is, 7 days later, they hit your card. And then check this out. They call you and ask you, is it okay that they charge you? If I rented a truck on a Friday for, let's say, 3 months, I would rent an extra truck or two for the summer, right? Because summer is our busy season for moving, right? So I just rent an extra truck just to have on standby, just in case the truck goes down. I didn't mind spending the $450 for the week. All right, especially for the moving. Why? Because I talked about moving. Like $450. They're making some days $8,000-$9,000. $450, that truck can sit. They'll bring the truck to you. $450. Swipe the card. $450. The stuff they send y'all through now didn't have to go through this. All right. Early adopters. All right. Early adopter. So what I'm saying now is, in every business, you got people that got in early. Did I know I was getting in early? I know this was going to be a popular thing? No, I wasn't thinking about that. Back against the wall situation led me into my success. Never had a plan on being in the industry. Never knew nothing about it. Learned it as I went along. So a lot of people now may just be late to the party. It's a different ball game now. All right. The cost of entry is a lot different. It's a lot higher. It's a lot higher now. Everybody's cost has increased. All right. So box trucker, business person, I understand that the rental truck companies are going up or higher in price. All right. I think the prices that they're charging are too high. But here's the thing. I also know that the prices do need to go up. All right. So that 450, 500, all right, that I was paying in today's time, that should be about 750, right? You should be paying $100 to $125 a day for a truck. So I think 750 in today's time is fair. All right. All right. I understand that as time goes on, because I think like a business person. You know what I'm saying? I understand that things go up. But, you know, some of these rates are extremely high. It's 1,500, this 2,000. I think that's very, very high. All right. But here's the thing. It is what it is. So now you have a choice. You either going to rent the truck or you don't. You got all these people saying, you know, it might not be wise, but you go rent it anyway. Why? Because you're anxious. Because you want to be into the game that you call the game, which really is a business. So that you can tell your friends, oh, I got a box truck. You can take your little picture and put it up on Instagram. Sitting on the rider truck or the budget truck. Sitting on the hood of the truck like this. That's cool. But you don't know, you just gave them, you just invested into a mess, a bunch of mess. You don't know what you just did. But you finna find out. And then you find out. Then you run to the internet looking at all these videos and reading reviews and complaining in the comments and stuff. Because somebody else said they had a bad experience. Not everybody's having bad experiences with these logistics companies. You are going to have experiences here and there. I've had experiences. We've had claims. I've had situations where I didn't get paid. They paid me though. I was upset. I was angry. There was no social media for me to run to in 2013 or 2014, whatever year that happened when Dynamics didn't pay me. But at the end of the day, they paid me. We kept rolling. I didn't stop rolling because I knew that money was coming. Right? Because one branch, right? They have a corporate. It's a corporation. Dynamics has warehouses all over the country. They're based out of Dallas. I'm just going to contact corporate. Corporate said, man, we're going to make sure you get paid. This is ridiculous. So it wasn't like I didn't know I was not going to get the money. And guess what I had? Mark had the money to float. Guess what? It wasn't my guy's problem that Dynamics didn't pay Mark. I'm running 3 trucks for them at that time. I hadn't even got into Office Depot yet. 7 days. This is a 7-day-a-week. IKEA is a 7-day-a-week contract. 3 trucks. 7 days a week. You talking about thousands, like 7-8 grand. Had to float that. Had to pay them guys. Wait for my money on the back end. That's a businessman. Not going, well, you know, they didn't pay me. They didn't pay me, so I can't pay y'all. Because guess what? I wouldn't have had them guys to keep rolling. To even not get paid the second time. So things happen. But a businessman is going to roll with the punches. I didn't you take that situation and throw my hands in there and quit. And I didn't get paid. I didn't get paid. So imagine running and not getting paid. I didn't quit. So, I just don't understand it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my content to the next level. All right. I'm going to take it to a level that I know a lot of these guys can't take it to because 1, they don't have the experience. 2, they just not even old enough to have it. Some of these guys is in their 20s. And then people get mad. You went to a 25-year-old or 26-year-old. Some of these guys ain't even 26 yet. And you went to them for information, then you get mad because you didn't get value. What do you expect someone that's still learning how to wash his ass? Like, what do you expect to get? Like, I don't understand it. So I'm taking my content to the next level. I'm gonna do like the content I put out, the videos I put out about, yo, if you run for this company, you should own shares in this company, or like business person, a box trucker, or like some of this dope stuff. This is how I'm coming with it now. Some people, they might just be over their head and they might not like it, but I ain't really here to do stuff that appeals to masses. I'm here to talk about stuff that's cool and that's gonna open people's minds to more than just that box truck. Yeah, that box truck, use it as a stepping stone, but don't make that your end all be all. Because you're gonna end up like Borders, you're gonna end up like Toys R Us, you're gonna end up like Barnes and Nobles. And guess what? Some of y'all probably believe if I told you this, Amazon may not be around forever. In 30 years, it might be a company, technology might put Amazon out of business. Listen, technology is moving fast. Listen, in 10 years, content creators may not even exist. I'm looking at artificial intelligence to replace news reporters. They don't need people to tell you the news no more. They can just have artificial intelligence do that. I watched an interview between Joe Rogan and Steve Jobs that was AI generated. Listen, they took past interviews from Joe Rogan. They took past interviews from an excerpt from Steve Jobs, wherever he talked, and the AI, the artificial intelligence, all right? Joe Rogan never interviewed Steve Jobs. Never. Before he died, he never interviewed him. The artificial intelligence, they were able to create a conversation between Joe Rogan and Steve Jobs. And the AI was so precise and on point to the fact where they got their voices down pat. And these guys had a conversation like Steve Jobs was alive. Two coded AI characters having a real conversation. Joe Rogan, the AI version of Joe Rogan, said a joke, and the AI version of Steve Jobs understood that it was a joke, laughed, and answered the question. Listen, that's how serious this shit is. So everybody is thinking this box truck shit, this end all be all, y'all, I'm not thinking back there. I've been there, done that, scaled that, show you how to do it. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to tell you how to use that as a stepping stool. Yo, run the truck, buy some stock in that company, take that stock. When that money, boom, what? They did a 20-to-1 split. Man, Mark, man, good advice, man. Amazon did a 20-to-1 split. I'm glad you told me. Boom, man, what you want to do? Mark, what you into? Man, I got my money in a lot of AI. A lot of AI crypto. A lot of AI stock. I'm running over there. I'm doing this. I'm working on this. This is what I'm doing. Don't do what I do, but this is what I'm doing. You welcome to invest or look into it and possibly invest, but this is what I'm doing. I told y'all, I'm not thinking about building anything else. I'm not starting no more businesses that involve humans. As far as people, employees, I've been there, done it. Everything that I'm building right now, that I'm looking into, that I'm looking to build and create, are going to be automated. It's going to involve no people or less people as possible. Listen, it's plenty of money out here, and the way things are going, simple things like box trucks and the human element, that's going to be a thing of the past. It's either going to be automated or it's going to be semi-autonomous. And guess what? If it's automated, you're out of there. And if it's semi-autonomous, you're halfway out of there, because guess what? You're doing half of the work, which gives them a reason to pay you less. So, this is where I'm coming with it. And, all that, US Pack and Amazon, I'm going to talk about that stuff, but I'm not, we going to talk some sophisticated, higher level stuff on my channel. Stuff that I know other people, ain't coming with. You know what I'm saying? I don't, I'm looking at kids plagiarize me and shit. That's fine. Just cite your source. You know what I'm saying? Because now everybody's scrambling now. Everybody's scrambling. They can't make money in their truck, so they got to make money on content, and then they got to use other people's content. You got people dissing people that was never dissing people before. Now you want to start dissing people. You know what I'm saying? And these are kids. So to the subscribers, here's how y'all don't get caught up in that. Y'all got to look at people's content, because this shit is getting ridiculous now. Y'all have to look at people's content and measure their content. All right. Yo, is this someone that I really want to follow? Can this person provide value in any situation? If the trucking industry is good, if the trucking industry is bad, how deep, how extensive is their knowledge base on this industry? Because a lot of y'all ran and just started following people and thought the people was cool, and then guess what? And the shit hit the fan for them. They abandoned you. Is that the person you want to continue to follow? A lot of these guys then went on about their business, did their last video, said it was trash, and ain't heard from them since. Ran their little money up, made their little $1,000 check from YouTube a month or whatever it was based on their subscriber count. And they got up out of this thing. They couldn't handle the pressure. One guy said it was too hard. I heard a man say something was too hard that ran middle mile. These are the guys that people subscribe to. Man, it's too hard, man. So, man, I know, shit, if that's too hard for you, man, you can't move in and final mile. Come on, bro. Like, these guys ain't built like that, man. You know, hard work, man, please. Man, middle mile is the easiest lane you can get into and make good money. The easiest. You got the option not to touch nothing. If you want to make more money, it's ways you can make more money, but you're gonna have to work. So if the rates are bad and you can't figure it out, one, you're not a business person, you're a box trucker, and then you say, oh, it's too hard, and you ain't gotta touch nothing but your pallet jack, man. I don't know. See, I'm not from Generation Z. I'm from Generation X. Technology wasn't this advanced. We had to really go out and do jobs and shit. We had to really go out and do stuff. You know what I'm saying? We had to really do real work. You know, so like I don't even know how to use TikTok. I tried it. I got frustrated with it, and it's probably the easiest thing to use. I can't figure it out, so I don't touch it. All right. The point that I'm trying to say, I'm from a generation where we physically had to go out and do real things. So a lot of these guys, when y'all look, and I'm speaking to the OGs. The OGs that came and watched a lot of these content creators just run around mad because y'all sat up there and followed some kids. Y'all follow some kids. Chicago leg. Is it true gig apps are starting to limit how many people can sign up? I've heard apps like Uber Eats and DoorDash are starting to deactivate drivers for small things. I don't know about Uber Eats or DoorDash, but I can tell you about like the logistics apps. Listen, here's the thing that's going on with all apps. Whenever there's an influx of people running to the apps, like there probably is now because people need money. Listen, there's people with regular jobs, $100,000 a year jobs that are doing gig work. Why? Because they need a second stream of income. Why? Because everything is high. So when there's an influx of people running to these apps, right, and you have more supply than demand, yeah, they got to cut it off. Because what's going to happen is everybody going to be like, they sign up for these apps and they're going to be like, it's slow. It ain't enough work coming through the app. So they have to limit how many people they have to service the consumer, right? And that's what's going on. You got an influx of people running to the apps now. You got all these people from the trucking industry running. You got people who work regular careers, regular jobs that are running to these apps for second streams of income. I seen a lady in a G-Wagon doing Uber. Not an older G-Wagon. She had the Frog Eye G-Wagon. So that was at least a 19, 20, 21, 22. I know my cars. She had a Frog Eye. So, man, people need money. Listen, the only OG isn't you, Gen X, or boomers. It's the Lord and his early disciples. Just some food for thought. I don't consider the OG, I don't consider the Lord an OG. So when I say OG, I mean older OG, like you, listen, you from Chicago too. So you know, we call OG, our mom is an OG, old girl, old guy, OG, somebody with knowledge. All right. So when I say OG, that means I'm older. I got wisdom. I'm tenured. So I don't know where you going with this as far as the religious thing, but when I say OG, that means I have tenure. All right. So if you are Generation Z and you feel some type of way, I don't know why you feel some type of way. I'm 42 going on 43. If you young, I'm wiser than you because I've lived longer than you. I've seen things you probably ain't seen. And it's not a shot. It is what it is. And that's what the problem with the younger generation. Y'all don't listen. We listen to the OGs. When I was coming up, the older people, we respected them. We didn't talk back to them. This is prime example. This is what I'm saying. So it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. But this is prime example. So the shorties now, they don't have no respect for the older people. None. Even when you trying to tell them something, I wasn't taking no shot at them. I'm speaking to people that are older, like, yo, you're an older person. You got to make better decisions when you put your trust into somebody that is probably not wise. Because here, I'm not speaking from a point where, all right, last year, let's say I was on YouTube in 2021, and I'm telling you from last year what was going to happen. I'm saying, look, you putting your trust in young blood. I don't know, it ain't going to work out. This is after the effect, and I'm just speaking from after the effect. It happened, and you look what we got. So this is after the effect. These shorties don't respect nobody, but I'm speaking as far as the OGs. Yo, this is who y'all. These are people y'all ran to. All I'm saying is, man, be a little bit more wiser who you consume content from. I always said, man, do what you do. This is what I would do. But do what you do. Don't do what I do. I always say that. This is what I would do. But you need to go do what you do. Do your due diligence. And if you end up doing what I do, then that's fine. But still go do your due diligence. Because just because it worked for me, it may not work for you. For a multitude of reasons. I may put the work in harder than you. I may have more time to put the work in than you. Another person might have more responsibilities. You might have a family. You might have kids. You may not be able to play with money the way I could play with money because you have more responsibilities. Everybody's situation is different. So even speaking from this, and then like, look, let me see. I'm 26. So he's Generation Z. Generation Z. He says, for older generation. OG short for a lot of different things. Depending on where you from, you know what I'm saying? It could be abbreviated in many different ways. The pandemic created a ton of YouTube experts, didn't it? I do reselling on the side, and it seems like everyone and their mother became a reseller in the last 2 years. Let me remove this real quick so I can see that. A reseller in the last 2 years, thanks to YouTube experts, because they realized it was not as easy as YouTubers made it out to be. So let's talk about that real quick. Let's talk about that. You know what? The pandemic, it created a lot of business opportunities for a lot of people. So we talk about how a lot of people wanted to get into the box truck space. Now let's talk about this YouTube space. Let's talk about the coaching and all that. All right. So people took that opportunity, right, and wanted to create automated businesses. All right. So selling courses is considered an automated business. Now, can't knock nobody for their hustle. Actually, creating automated businesses is a great thing, right? Because if you have a course, all right, and you create a website and you put that course online, right? Someone can buy that course 24 hours a day. You getting pings from your phone. Dope, right? Boom. But what happened was you had people that weren't tenured or knowledgeable in the industry buying courses, having other people write them from other countries for very low rates. I already did that video. And then what they would do is repackage them in their own branding and then mark them up 2,000%, right? And then put it on their website for $500, $800, $1,000, right? The idea is dope. It's an automated business selling courses, right? But if they did it from an If they did it from an unethical standpoint, then no, it's not dope. If they're not tenured in the industry where they have the value to even place value on something like that and sell it to a consumer, then it's not dope. The idea of automation and putting courses out and selling courses, that's a great idea. But if morally they didn't do it with good ethics, then no. All right. So now, where's the blame placed, right? All right. The blame's got to be placed on both parties, but ultimately, as a business person, you have to put the blame on yourself, right? All right. You got to put the blame on yourself. One, for not doing due diligence. Even if you did due diligence and you fell victim, a business owner always learns from their mistakes. They learn from their mistakes. All right. Now, learning from that mistake could be I'm never buying a course online anymore. It could mean I'm going to do more due diligence. I'm going to do more research. It's going to mean maybe I want to contact that person and engage with them, see if I can engage with them on a phone conversation, maybe an email conversation to get a little bit more insight on their background. You know, it could be a multitude of things. It's all how you approach it. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, any mistake that I've made in my years in business, I've always had to eat them. I never placed the blame on nobody. So I don't think people see the value in learning from others' mistakes. Well, I think at one point, and this is something that I've talked about in the past, you know, having someone that a predecessor, someone who did something prior to you is good for many reasons. Guys, hit the like button if you joining. I appreciate you. Hit the like button. Having someone that did something prior to you is good because they can prevent you from making the mistakes they made, because they're going to show you the mistakes. They're going to help prevent you from making them. So yes, but a lot of people nowadays, when they do research, they don't look for that type of stuff. They look at the thumbnail, they look at the title, they watch 30% of the video, take the information that they deem is value, which is the money aspect or how to sign up with this company. And then that's what they go do. They don't research the creator. They don't really research the company. Some companies are just going to get people to come because they're just big. They're behemoths like Amazon. You know what I'm saying? But other companies, like when I was doing a lot of those final mile companies, a lot of people like, man, I never heard of this company, things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So different story. But yeah, a lot of people don't get the value out of other people's mistakes. And I think that's more valuable than the things that can make them money. You know what I'm saying? But people don't look at it like that no more. People don't stick around to get the bag. Who is Jonathan Wayne? We got, hey Pippi, you might have to do some work tonight. Hey Pippi, you might have to go ahead and do some work tonight. Cause I see a few, but I ain't paying attention because I'm speaking. So Pippi, if you see them, go ahead and go ahead. You know, we gonna use what we gonna use tonight. Go ahead and pull that 40 out. You know what I'm saying? On a different note, a 72-year-old retired guy came into my job to pick up a pallet. He was a driver using a company Sprinter van and drove from Maine to Lower New York and made $900 for the day. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Hey, Pippi, I don't know what this ambitacum is. Jonathan Wayne, I don't know what that means. It sounds like some funny racist stuff. I don't know. Whoa, it's Amber talking. Sorry to hear about Amber. What the hell are they talking about? Face green, smiling green. I don't. What is this? Who's Alexa? What is this? Cause they realized it was not easy. I'm missing this. Hold on. And now there's recent. All right, the pandemic created time. I read that because they realized it was not easy. The YouTubers made it out to be. I talked about YouTubers making it out to be easy, but that's on the subscriber, the person who followed that creator. Nothing in business is easy. I think the main one of the main issues with last year, that I saw and I'm seeing, is that fact that as soon as people entered, they instantly made money, and they made good money. A lot of people made a lot of money, and they made it instantaneously because the rates were very fabricated. They were very high. But a lot of these creators didn't even realize that the rates were high, that the rates were inflated, because these guys were creators. They look at trends and they go to the trends. They create content. When the trend ain't trending no more, they move on to something else. So they're not really truckers. They don't understand the rates anyway. They just knew it was trending at the time. All right. So So what was we talking about? The OG majority of the apps are engaging in double brokering. I talked to this guy already. I talked to that. This guy, I don't know if he's trolling or not. I know I'm not autistic. Far from autistic, if he's even talking to me. Like, I don't know, who is this guy talking to? Pippi, who is he talking to? What is this about? I don't know. But man, go ahead and use that double barrel. Get him up out of here. I ain't got time for no negativity, man. None. No negativity from somebody I can't see. Matter of fact, I'm gonna drop the link. Where's the link at? Where's that link? Hold on. Let me drop that link. I'm gonna drop that link because I don't understand what's Ambentaken and all that stuff. So I'm gonna drop the link. I don't like getting, if I don't know, maybe not trolling. I don't know. That's maybe some young stuff. I don't know. I'm an OG, so I don't know what this stuff be meaning. The OTR van work, most money to be had, right? I don't know. You could talk to Axel about that. He's the expediting guy. Obviously, you can make more money over the road in a van than local, but Axel is the expediting guy. Oh, he's gone already? All right, bet. Your hustle and grind will determine what you make. True. I think the more you put into something, the more you get out of it. You know what I'm saying? Listen, you know what's the funny thing is? And I said this last month, but people don't listen. People don't listen. I said we're going to see a bottom in January or February. You're going to see the bottom. What happens when you see the bottom? All right. And see, that's why I be having to teach people. I give you a little bit. I don't give you too much. I give you a little bit so you can go do your research. You know what I'm saying? I give you enough to go do your own research. All right, what happens when you see the bottom? When you see the bottom, it has nowhere else to go but back up. So when we reach the bottom, or when you guys that run OTR, when you guys that run Amazon, when it reaches the bottom, even though it's going to be bad, it's also going to be a sign of hope coming up. Doesn't mean it's going to come up soon, but the bottom is a good thing. All right. Some of y'all got to go take some courses. It could be an online course. They got free online courses. They got free online courses on YouTube. And this is from a guy. Listen, I graduated from college in 2003. So the economic teachings from the late 90s and early 2000s are still prevalent today. Economics is economics. When you reach the bottom, it has nowhere else to go. It may sizzle at the bottom for a minute, but eventually it's got to go back up. So reaching the bottom on a decline is a good thing. You actually wanted to reach the bottom sooner than later, because the longer it takes to get to the bottom determines the longer you're going to go through what you're going through now. But the bottom is due up. So you got people getting out now, and guess what? If they would have held off maybe another, you know, everybody money different, you know, maybe another 3 months, maybe 4 months, you know, things will probably turn around for them. You know, the economy is the economy. Some things you cannot control. You can't control. I said this last year, or the end of last year. People did what they wanted to do anyway. The smart people listen. The smart people listen. The smart people listen. I like the bottom. It helps flush out the weak. See, you an OG. You an OG. See, you want all these new guys to get ran out. You know what I'm saying? But we want to help as many people as possible. But it goes back to what I said. You know, and let me talk about the young guys too for a second. You know, the young guys, the reason why a lot of those young guys didn't make it is because they just don't listen. They don't listen. They listen to the guys that presented them the information, right, from a very lavish point of view, right? They showed them the cars, they showed them the money, they showed them the lifestyle. But when I go back and look at these videos, and I look at some of these videos from last year, the reason why I go back and look at them is for research purposes, right? For research purposes, just to see the information that was given out last year. It was people that ran and got into the box truck industry because they watched Bandman video. And if you watch that video, there's so many inconsistencies in that video. And guess what? I've watched videos from people who are actually got in last year and they had way more inconsistencies than him. Way more inconsistencies. And he never had a box truck. So you can't get mad at a person that you consume content from. You consumed it. Business person or box trucker. You a box trucker. You're not a business person. Because even if you consume the content, and you were wrong, you got taken on a ride, a business person is going to learn from that mistake. They're not going to place the blame. From what I'm learning, the first of the year is always slow. First of the year, January, is a very slow time for most industries. For most industries, it's just not the logistics industry. For most industries, the retail industry, the restaurant industry, after the holiday season, a lot of people go on vacation during the holidays because the kids are out of school, right? A lot of people spend a lot of money on the holidays, right? A lot of money is spent. So January is recoup. Same thing. If you get into a business, you enter into a business, let's say in January, right? You spend a bunch of money entering into this space, all right? As soon as you enter the space, the first thing you're trying to do is recoup the money, right? So December is a month where people spend. January is a month where they recoup, right? And then what happens? Now, this is what used to happen, all right? Now, we're in different times now, all right? So what used to happen was around February, middle of February, end of February, people's taxes will start rolling in, and then you'll see a spike in consumer spending again. Now, with the way the taxes are now and the lack of IRS personnel and how Biden got 30% or 40% or 50%, whatever the number is, chasing and auditing the fake PPP people who got PPPs that shouldn't have got them and all that stuff, taxes may not roll out as quick as they used to. So, but back in the day, February, middle of February, end of February, you start seeing that spike in consumer spending. I can't promise that this year. So I'm not even going to forecast or predict that because I don't know what's going on with the IRS. I know they're short staffed. So shout out to the box truck couple in the building. I see the box truck couple in the building. Shout out to y'all. Let me see. Like your mindset already, real rap. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. New to your channel, bro. I need DOT man cars for 16-foot box truck and cargo van. It ain't nothing to it but to go get it. If you build it, they will come. You are 100% legit, right? So yeah, so man, I'm gonna do Q&A. I just wanted to drop some information as far as this whole, and I hate the fact that I gotta keep doing this. I see other content creators doing it. Yo, listen, and I'm gonna say this one last time, and I'm gonna try not to say it again. I'm pray to God that I don't have to address this again, but I hate the fact, I hate the fact that a lot of people got misled. I hate the fact that a lot of people got misled. I don't want anyone to enter into a space and then exit into the space the same damn year. That sucks. All right, it sucks. But people have to understand the power of the internet. All right, so the power of the internet can work for you. It could work against you. All right. Don't let the internet be your end all be all. All right. Don't let the internet be your end all be all. There are some cool, dope creators on the internet, on YouTube, as far as this box trucking industry. But y'all don't listen to those people. You probably listen to them now because these are the only people that's really left. I see a bunch of new people coming in, and the new people that's coming in, they on this whole it's trash and don't listen and it's garbage and the rates are trash. Da 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 da. Yo, no one said that this was. Well, I didn't say it. Maybe somebody did say it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that this was and I'm doing this. I'm gonna do a series on this too coming up. That I know I never told nobody this was a quick get rich quick. I've always spoke the truth, and at the beginning, people always call me pessimistic. Until everything I started coming to light. And then my channel blew up because I was speaking real rap. No cap. You know what I'm saying? So, and I wasn't following the trend. Everybody going on that trend now. I ain't going on that trend because the box truck industry ain't dead. It ain't trash. It's actually alive and well, believe it or not. The industry is alive and well. When something is dead, it means it's done. It's deceased. Don't see it. Stick a fork in them. In the ground. Over with. I see trucks every day. I see trucks every day. This industry is not designed. No business is designed for the little guy. Box trucker. I'm speaking to the box trucker now. I'm not speaking to the business guy. No industry is designed for the little guy. You enter in as a little guy and you figure out how to become a whale. And if you can't become a whale, because not everybody is going to become the next Jeff Bezos, you figure out how to create multiple streams of revenue so that you don't have to be in a box truck. You can live more, work less, and do dope shit. That's what life is about. Living more, working less, and doing dope shit when you want to do it. To all you young guys out there, the shorties or whatever, the young guys that don't like to listen, yo, take advantage of your youth in your 20s. Do all your hard work in your 20s and your 30s. So when you get 40, you don't have to be busting your ass. Y'all got something that we didn't have. Y'all got technology. Utilize that technology. Utilize your youth. Utilize your strong limbs and your strong bones to do all the work in your 20s and 30s and invest your money wisely. The return on investment ratio now is way higher than the return on investment ratio in my 20s and 30s on anything you put your money into now. Anything. I'm going to say that again. The return on investment ratio on pretty much anything you put your money into now is a lot higher than anything it was in when in my 20s. All right? People are making a lot more money now. As time goes on, people continue to make a lot more money. So do all your hard work, take your money and invest it. I don't care what you invested in. Real estate, crypto, stock, technology, build stuff. What did I talk about the other day on the live the other day? What did I talk about? Finding a void. Find a void in the trucking industry. Find a void. There's always voids. There's always voids. Find a void. Create a solution for that void and capitalize on it. You don't have to just make the truck your end all be all. Listen, people be driving these trucks and then they complain about shit. All right, instead of complaining about it, boom, that's a void. Create a solution for that void. Capitalize on it, make money. Hey man, ain't no healthy choices at these rest stops. That's a void. Figure out a solution for that void. I can off the top of my head, I could create a solution for that void right now. Let's do an exercise. Everybody complains ain't no healthy choices at the truck stop. So the truck stop, most truck stops are in the middle of the highway, but usually in small towns, right? Boom. No healthy choices. Boom. And this is just off the top of my head. You can create an app. Someone can create an app. And, I wouldn't do this, but I'm pretty sure some truckers live like Vikings, right? Create an app where a person in that small town can register on the app. They may have to go through some type of clearance where they can cook home cooked meals and deliver them to the truck stop. So now it's called the Trucker Hungry app. Boom. I go on the Trucker Hungry app. I'm at a Love's in the middle of nowhere in some small town. I go on a Trucker Hungry app. Oh, you know what? There's someone that's a service provider on the Trucker Hungry app in this town. Boom. Boom. This is what she's offering. And she's offering this from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. Monday through Saturday. Look what she's offering. She's offering chicken Caesar salad, this, that. She's preparing it from her home. She had to go through some registration for health or whatever, and they deliver it to the truck stop. Now, this is something I just made off the top of my head. But guess what? It's going to be some guy, some 19-year-old that's sitting in his mom's room that's never been in trucking, that's going to be watching the news and hear that truckers are complaining about healthy food choices at these truck stops. And they're going to code an app. They're going to put it on the the iOS app store or the Google Play store, and then they're going to make a bunch of money while you're complaining that ain't no damn healthy solutions. They saw a void, they created a solution, and then they capitalized on it by making the money. So it is what it is. See, that's the type of stuff that people need to be thinking about. When you see an issue, create a solution for it. Don't just complain. Think of a solution. If you don't have the resources, find the resources. I built 2 apps in 2019. I tried to go up against some big boys. It cost me a lot of money. I lost money. I tried it. You know what I'm saying? I tried it. When I see voids, I try to capitalize on them. I told y'all the story the other day. I saw a void in my market. Capitalized on it. Created the solution. Capitalized on it. Made a shit ton of money. So don't let your truck be your end all. You use your truck while you out there and you seeing these issues. Man, you got an iPhone? Jot it down. Man, no healthy choices. Boom. Man, no parking spots. Boom. Write all these issues down. So then, man, when you brainstorming, when you down, you on your reset, you down, you brainstorming, man, what type of solution can I make or come up with to tackle this parking issue? I just came up with a solution to the healthy choice right here off the top of my head. I might go do it. I might actually try to build that app. Because here's the thing, ain't no healthy restaurants that's going to go. So it's going to have to outsource to a service provider. So someone in that town is going to have to prepare healthy meals and then in turn deliver them. That's a dope idea. Now, as far as the parking, if someone can come up with that idea and solve that issue, that's an issue that you're going to you can present that issue to the government and get funded by the government. Sell them that idea, and then they can build out the infrastructure to create more parking. Or you got some money. Let's say you got an inheritance. You see a truck stop in the middle of nowhere, but it's empty land right next to it. Boom, you buy the land next to it and put 100 more spaces. Solutions, man. I bet a massage therapist could make money at a truck stop. Probably could. What are you? So what happened when? Has it staggered you? So what has happened since has it staggered for you? So hold on, let me make sure you ain't having a conversation with someone else. Geez, I'm going to be 40. I'm now busting my ass to get more money and be more responsible. I wish I had better judgment and the right people leading me in my 20s. So what has happened since has it staggered for you? All right, so this is my tenure. My tenure, and I've said before, you must have been new to the channel. Over time, I always say nothing lasts forever. All right, so I had a peak like everyone does, right? And then over time, technology introduced apps. We got hit with the pandemic. People's mindset shifted on how they look at work. And now, a lot of people work for themselves. Labor is just a task for most businesses. Same thing with mine. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with mine. I peaked out at 15 trucks. All right, 2014. All right. Now, scaled down. All right. People look at work differently now. All right. You have more independent contractors. You got more people with their own truck, and you got people that are running off gigs. Same situation. So staggered. No, my industry, my lane of trucking hasn't staggered, but my lane in the industry is the most labor intensive. All right. And now there's plenty more options for people to do easier work. So even though the pay scale has increased, the industry that I'm in, the lanes that I'm in, is kind of a younger person's game. And just like I was talking earlier, younger people aren't really keen on labor intensive work. All right. They're not really keen on any physical work. And I know in my market, it's like you can go to McDonald's, right? One day it's open, the next day it's closed. Like McDonald's, you can go to McDonald's here at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a sign at the door. It may say we're closed for the day due to short employment. It may say the dining room is closed. Only the drive-thru is open due to short employment because only one person came to work. So this guy is taking the money, flipping the fries, cooking the burgers. He's doing everything through the drive-thru. So the younger generation is just not keen on work. You got to go back and watch some of my older content, and I talk about how the younger generation, looks at work. I talk about how there's a shortage on diesel mechanics. There's a shortage on carpenters. There's a shortage on electricians. There's a shortage on plumbers. These apprentice schools are not, there's not a lot of people applying to be apprentice in these vocational fields anymore because the younger generation is just not interested. 6 boomers that exit any vocation now, whether it's carpentry, electrician, plumber, diesel, mechanic, whatever, right? Only 2 Generation Z people are replacing every 6 boomers that are retiring right now. So same situation. Same situation. But here's the thing. I've always had multiple streams of income, right? So I realized, and I'm not guilty of thinking when I was a novice earlier in my tenure in business, I remember my first big contract. I thought it was going to last forever. I didn't know any better until I realized it wasn't when they threatened to take it from me. This guy named Chris Alvarez. Chris Alvarez at Dynamics got mad at me. He didn't like me, all right? And he threatened to take the contract from me. And eventually he did. And I realized that it wasn't going to last forever. But in my mind, mentally, when I was making all that money with that one contract, that particular contract, I thought it was going to last forever. And when I realized it wasn't, I had to start making moves. But I was already in the right mind state because I had a moving company. You know what I'm saying? So I had a moving company and a trucking company. All right. Working together at that time. They were both working together. The moving company is what funded the trucking company. All right. So when I realized that nothing lasted forever, I started investing in other things. The money wasn't doing good just sitting in the bank anyway. I didn't have nothing else to spend it on. So I started investing in other things, other streams of income. All right. So, and still to this day, I invest in things. Still into this day, I'm always looking for things to build or invest in. 2020 made a lot of money in the stock market. 2021 made a lot of money in crypto. So always, always, always. Right now, I'm investing into AI. I'm investing into AI technology, cryptos. We're going to have that cycle again. It's going to run right back up. We're in a bear market now, but guess what? In another 3 years, we're going to be in a bull market. So things that I'm buying at 1 cent, 2 cent, $2, $10 now, I might 100x stuff in 2021. I remember I bought CCIV for $18. It went to $60. I had 1,000 shares. And they hadn't even produced a vehicle yet. So, I'm always doing my research, and I'm always looking for the next big thing, and I'm always thinking on things to build and invest my money in and create. I'm not scared to invest my money. You know what I'm saying? So multiple streams of revenue, so that when one thing is not going good for you, then you have another thing. And then check this out. I'm gonna say that for a video or for another live. I ain't gonna talk about that. It's been a little slow this month. I talked about that in November and January. But if you ask me, the boxed out cargo van such as the E350, I better buy it from what I've researched. But if you buy the boxed out cargo van such as the E350s, well, E350s are Fords. So you might want to look at the T250, the Transit, the high top. They aren't interested, but they'll be singing a different tune when all the immigrants coming in. That's something else. I don't really talk about that, but that's something that I think at this point may just already be out of control. I look at my city, and blacks were the predominant minority in my city, and we're not no more. We're not the predominant minority. Mexicans are now. There's more Mexicans in Chicago than there's black people. But, I think, and not to get off topic real quick, I'm going to tell you why. And I don't know how other cities are, but I'm going to tell you why that happened. And, everything has a cycle. Here's the thing. When you have prime real estate, you got to understand you got prime real estate. All right. And what happened in my city, and I don't know what happened in that other city. I see some parallels with New York to Chicago and like Brooklyn. Everybody in the 90s and the early 2000s was so keen on living in the suburbs. So if you were black, you ran into some money, you got a good job, black people wanted to move into the suburbs. Everybody wanted to get out of the city. All right, the city. But, and a wise lady told me, which happened with my mother, I said, I was on that suburb thing too. And she told me, I'm not selling my house. She said, the city gonna turn around. And boy, was she right. Now that goes back to what I'm talking about, wisdom. I didn't get what she was saying. You know what I'm saying? My whole thing was, it's nice in the suburbs. You getting older. I want you somewhere where it's nice and stuff. But she was like, no, my house is almost paid for. Why would I sell it? Go buy another house out in the suburbs. And I know in another 10 years, the city going to come back. They're going to go through gentrification. I'm just going to deal with all this. The gang wars of the late 90s, the gang wars of the 2000s, and my brother was entrenched in that shit. He was in the thick of that shit. So like, she thugged it out. And guess what? Boy, wasn't she right. You see what I'm saying? So by black people moving to the suburbs, that opened up the city for the taking. Black people sold their homes in the city, moved to the suburbs. Now you come here, the suburbs is, Other places you think the suburbs is where it's good. The suburbs here, they put on, because here's the thing: the people moved out there, and then when they tore the projects down, they sent all them to the suburbs. They built low income housing out in the suburbs and shipped them all to different suburbs. Well, now the suburbs ghetto. The city ain't good. It ain't good. But by selling our homes, we open up the city for the taking. So the developers came in, they bought those homes, they tore them down, they built luxury apartment buildings, they built mid-level condo buildings, or they gutted the homes out, or they tore the roof off and turned a bungalow into a 4-story home with a sky deck roof, and did a bunch of other cool stuff and charged people $1.8 million for it. And now, if you want to come back to the city, this is the price points you got to pay. So, let's be honest, the illegals coming in to do Uber Eats, Grubhub, DoorDash, and Uber Taxi. I think they doing a little bit of everything, my friend. They moving people. They on moving trucks. They doing landscaping. They're on pickup trucks. All right. They're in some of these warehouses you go to. They're doing everything. They're not limited to what they do. All right. They're doing a little bit of everything. All right. So they definitely do freight. I disagree with you. I 100% disagree with you. Illegals do freight every day. Because guess what? I'm an independent box trucker or whatever. I'm independent, let's say. I'm Hispanic, but I'm Americanized. I'm not from here, wasn't born here, but I got my citizenship. They're shipping people. Listen, our mayor and New York's mayor wrote a letter to the governor of Texas saying, stop busing them up here. He's busing them up here, the ones that cross the border. He's putting them on a bus to Chicago. He's putting them on a bus to New York. They wrote a letter and said, stop sending them here. So once they send them here, they put them in a building, and then guess what? It's 100 off this bus. They put 100 in the old school that's no longer open. They put them in there with some cots. It's 100 people, but then the next morning it's 98. And then 2 days later, it's down to 90. And then 5 days later, it's down to 86 because now they sneaking out. Why? Because they got cousins. They call cousin. Where's cousin at? They go find cousin, and then once they gone, they gone. I mean, ICE ain't rolling around like the CPD looking for them. They ain't deep like that, right? So once they in the wind, they in the wind. But to prove to you that they're doing it, I've seen them do it. I've been in these logistics companies. If I'm a box trucker that's Hispanic, that's Americanized, that got my green card or whatever, my citizenship, right? The way these logistics companies work, they want to move freight. So yeah, you go through your onboarding process originally, right? You do your background check, but guess what? I've done it, not with any illegals, but I've taken people off a route and put another person on, and the logistics company don't say nothing because they want that freight move. So if this guy who got the contract is showing up with this guy every day, but for some reason this guy gets sick or this guy quits, and I put this guy on here and that truck pulls up, and they're not walking around with who's this guy? Well, we don't got him on paperwork. They don't care about that. As long as you're getting that freight off that dock. Now they may say something later. If something happened, then they may, well, you got to claim, man, who's this guy? But for the most part, I've replaced people all the time and nobody said nothing. So they definitely are moving freight. And final mile they are. That mayor you guys have isn't even from Chicago. She's not from Chicago. She's from Ohio. I think one of the biggest things that everybody talk about is marketing yourself. There is this one guy who comes into my job in a box truck wearing Jordans, a bubble jacket, and has no social skills. Listen, I think Kirk talked about that in one of his videos. I talked about it in a video maybe 4 or 5 months ago. It was one of those videos that didn't nobody really care for, that nobody really watch. So, how you present yourself, Is everything. My fifth grade teacher told me image is 50% of everything. So the way you present yourself before you even open your mouth, a person is already either have judged you or semi-judged you based off the way you look. Image is 50% of everything. All right. So some people nowadays, they don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about being an independent owner operator or independent contractor is there's no supervisor over you telling you, yo, you look like shit. You know what I'm saying? You go into some of these freight places, they talk about you like a dog, but at the end of the day, you get the palace, whatever, you gone. You know what I'm saying? They talk about you like a dog, but that's just a reflection of the individual. If a person doesn't have pride in making themselves presentable, then that's on them. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, due to the scope of the industry by individual being independent, like I said, um there's no one there to correct that and say, yo, you need to pull your pants up or you need to wear a belt. Man, brush your teeth, wash your face. You know what I'm saying? Like, trust me. I've had some people come to work and I've had to be like, yo, I remember one of my workers said, yo, man, I had to stop and get some deodorant for so and so. I've had guys, come and I'm like, yo, we're a moving company, we final mile, we delivering stuff. Like, yo, how are you gonna work the whole day and you have no belt? You steady pulling up your pants. You done pulled your pants up 10 times. And you ain't even got on the truck yet. You walking, your pants are around your hips, around your knees. How are you gonna go up flights of stairs and you got something, you got straps on, and like you got something, what are you gonna set it down and say, hold on, I gotta pull my pants up? That's gonna make your partner frustrated for the rest of the day. You know what I'm saying? I've had to take shrink wrap because it's strong enough, pull some shrink wrap out, tell him to feed through the loops and tie it up to hold his pants up. Yo, that's just a reflection on an individual. I definitely see a trend in that, but I don't know. The Mexicans and Arabs run trucking in Detroit, and they speak absolutely no English. Well, you don't need to speak English nowadays for most of these labor intensive jobs. A lot of companies just want the work done. I've had Uber drivers pick me up, no English. None. The app actually translate. I've had Chinese Uber drivers pick me up and the app is talking to them in Chinese. So, a lot of industries now, it's no longer a requirement that you speak the English language. That's what I'm saying. A lot of things are changing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things are changing. I tell my sons this all the time. I had to give myself a uniform to make myself look more professional. Yeah, so even me, I wear a uniform. You know what I'm saying? Blue Dickies uniform shirt. You know what I'm saying? So as an owner, you always got to set the standard. You know what I'm saying? You can't expect someone else to do something that you're not willing to do yourself. Yep, some of these guys don't get it. They definitely use the app to translate. Yeah, so it is what it is. I don't think that's going anywhere. I think, I'm going to be honest with you, and this is what I think. I could be wrong, but like all this is by design. I just don't think people are crossing the border and just, because here's the thing. If they cross the border into Texas, instead of putting them on a bus, sending them up here to Chicago, or putting them on a bus to send them to New York, why you just don't put them on a bus and send them back to where they came from? You know what I'm saying? So I have no issue with people crossing the border as long as they cross correctly. You know what I'm saying? As long as they go through the proper due diligence to cross, then, whether they're here on a work visa, whether they're here on a visitation visa, I'm not a foreigner, so I don't know what these certifications or whatever people have to get to come to America for a short term stay or whatever. I know you got work visa. I know you got student visa, and some other ones. But as long as people coming, no matter where they coming from, as long as they come correctly, then shoot, it's okay. But it's like anytime we're always the. I just don't understand why they can cross, and instead of them sending them back that way, you're in Texas, the border is here, you send them way up here, and then they just show up. You put them on a Greyhound or a coach bus, and then they just show up and they dumping them on us. Like, they dumping them on. The mayor was cool at first, and then now she's like, yo, where we go? We can't house all these. And then they just show it, they missing. You can't keep an eye on them. So once they get in the win, they in the win, and they taking jobs. So it is what it is. But Trump talked about this stuff, and everybody kind of threw him under the bus. But internet screw just drops in. They definitely use the app to translate. Yeah, they use the app to translate. I tell my sons, yeah, all right, they definitely use the app to translate. So yeah, so it is what it is, man. Most of the patronage jobs here in my market are, I can only speak for my city. We controlled all the patronage work here. Black people did in the 80s, the 90s, early 2000s. All right, Hispanics control it now because they're the predominant minority now. If it was a garbage man, blacks had those jobs. City work, any city job, we owned those jobs. All the patronage work went to black folks. Sewer department, streets and sanitation, all that. Not no more. So we had prime real estate. We had all the patronage work. We controlled the streets. We controlled the city. We gave it up. So, it is what it is. But yeah, all those patronage jobs, they're going to people who either had gained citizenship, but weren't, American citizens. I mean, listen, this is the way it's going now. So a lot of things changing. But that's a whole nother topic though. You guys want to be successful more than you want the money. Can't stop, won't stop mentality. I think that's cool that you said that. I was listening to I think Palmer Luckey. Was it Palmer Luckey? He's the guy who invented Oculus before he sold it to Facebook. And I think he said that a lot of people nowadays, especially a lot of your innovators who make all the cool things that people like to use now, like Oculus and things of that nature. A lot of these inventors, they don't thrive off of money. They thrive off of making the best products. Even with this whole YouTube thing, let's talk about the biggest YouTuber is Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast doesn't need to get hundreds of millions of views a week. He's making millions of dollars a week off of YouTube, and all the money he makes off of YouTube, he reinvests that all into the next video. His whole thing is he doesn't care about money. He just wants to continue to make the best videos. So he's willing to spend whatever he has to make the best content. He thrives off making the best content, right? So people who do cool things now, I noticed that they all say that money is not their motivating factor. It's being the best at what they're doing. And I think being the best at what you're doing and not utilizing money as the motivating force in whatever it is you're doing, I think these guys are onto something there, because it seems like everybody that says that is really overly successful. So I think if you love whatever it is that you're doing, if you really love it, if you really have a passion for it, I think ultimately you're going to see an abundance of success. Correlating that with this box truck thing, I think a lot of people didn't have a natural passion or a love for it. And that's another reason a lot of people exited when things got hard. They wanted to ride a wave. They saw a trend, and everybody's looking for that quick come up. But it ain't no such thing as no quick come up, especially in something. Anything that's labor driven. I'm finna drop a gem. Anything that's labor driven, right? It's not a quick come up, especially if you're doing the labor. If it's something that involves labor, I'm finna start me a lawn mowing service or a landscaping service. Yeah, you can ultimately be successful at it, but it's not that quick ticket to the top. And I think a lot of people thought that getting a box truck was a quick ticket to the top, because I've actually seen some people say you make $1 million. All right. And I think a lot of people thought that, and then they got in, they saw it's hard work. They made a little money at the beginning, and then it just went down and they quit. They ultimately didn't have a love for it. And guess what? A lot of those people now that's done ran up another bag of money, they probably done took it and went into something else. You know what I'm saying? That they probably not doing good at, and they gonna quit at that too. So I think in order to be good at something, you gotta have a passion for it. And then there's another thing that I'm gonna talk about, but I'm gonna save it for some content that I actually want to talk about. It's another way people become really successful too. But I'm gonna say that for some upcoming content. He mentioned $900 a day delivering auto parts. So the only logistics company I know that you can deliver auto parts that has a contract delivering auto parts is USP. Now I don't know if they still house that contract, but you might want to look at USP as far as that auto parts contract. That's the only 3PL that I know that houses an auto part contract for delivery. Illegals bringing the economy down. Sad, but we don't want to work anymore. So if you're saying you're speaking in the terms of African Americans. I think I see, I don't even want to touch that topic because it's gonna go somewhere where it's gonna take me off topic. But to touch on it really quick, I think as far as we are concerned, I think by design, everything as far as our work ethic was by design. And it's unfortunate, but this was all by design. But that doesn't mean, everybody has their own thought process. All right. So it's like something I said the other day, Jesse Jackson said, I may be from the ghetto, but the ghetto ain't in me. All right. So I'm from the ghetto, and the ghetto is in me. All right. But that doesn't mean I have to, I'm trying to put my words together. That doesn't mean that when I present myself, I have to act a certain type of way. Listen, I'd rather present myself articulate with the right vernacular when I speak than how I would speak if I'm around, like, let's say my cousins or let's say my homies. You know what I'm saying? So I know in what settings to speak in a correct, whatever the situation I'm in, I know how to adapt to the situation. All right. So, I think our issue is, one, we don't know how to adapt. Sometimes we just can't leave certain things where they're at. The street, you gotta leave that in the street. I see people come, I've interviewed people, and they come interview with me. They'll see me, right? They'll see the image of me, black guy, dreads, dark skin, and they'll think they know me. And then they think they can speak to me like, but here, check it out. Man, we here on business. You got to talk to me with some type of business acumen. All right. You got to speak to me like you would speak to someone who didn't look like me and you was applying for the job. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think, we know how to turn it on and turn it off. Now, as far as us not wanting to work, I think it was by design. I think over time, as far as men is concerned, I think, nah, man, I'm gonna leave that alone. I ain't gonna talk about that, man. It's gonna go somewhere, and I gotta keep it on topic, man. I gotta keep it on topic. I gotta keep it on topic. I gotta keep it on topic. I don't want to make this a what was this, Axel? Hold on. Hold on, trap. Yo. Hold on. It's not letting me add you. Hold on. Hold on, Axel. Give me 1 second. Let me figure this out. Let me figure this out. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Man, why won't it let me add him? Oh, no, I got it now. There you go. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't hear you. I got your volume up. I can't hear you. Hey, Pippi, can you hear me? I just want to make sure my volume is good. Hey, Pippi, let me know if you can hear me. Hey, Axel, I can't hear you, man. Yeah, so Axel, we can't hear you, man. You see, I got everything set up for you, Axel, man. I went and bought all the stuff you told me. All right, so Axel's gonna come back and he's gonna talk about expediting. I know a lot of people wanted that expediting talk, and that's what he does. He is the expediting guy. I'm just the moving and final mile guy. And but all those expediting questions he got. Now, from cargo van, as far as final mile cargo van, I can answer all those questions. I know nothing about expediting. Nothing about expediting. Now, expediting, that's some hard work. That's a lot of driving. A lot of driving. Shout out to Trucking with Joker in the building. What did Pippi say, Mark? I think us more mature people learn that early on. It's not taught anymore. It's definitely not taught anymore. When you work to be the best, money will follow. It definitely will. Life and death is in the tongue, and once you open your mouth, you tell people who you are, not where you from. Can't hear you. You good? Can't hear Axel. Axel, don't drop the beach towel. Life and death is in the tongue, and once you open your mouth, you tell people who you are, not where you're from. trying to do Amazon Relay. Just created LLC. Where do I go from here? Also, do you recommend renting or purchasing a box truck? If you can do what everybody else can't do right now, and that's find a box truck rental at a fair rate, then I think if you can find one at a fair rate, then go ahead, start with a rental. Make sure that this industry is, something you want to be in. Go through the learning curve, and after a period of time, I would set a plan to transition over to your own truck. Now, if you can't find a fair rental, then I think entering in owning your truck may be the better play. The challenge you may have there is finding or sourcing a truck also at a fair rate. Truck prices have come down from where they were earlier part of last year, but they're still a little bit higher than if I were looking to purchase a truck now that I would buy. So if you can't source a fair rental, then buy. But make sure when you buy a truck that's at a fair rate. Make sure as you enter your costs are as low as possible. I would find a broker for your insurance. Don't go with Progressive. Find you a broker in your area, a commercial broker, and have them shop your company to find you the best rate. Just make sure you enter with caution. Don't jump the gun. You see a box truck, it's 65 grand, and even though Mark said that's kind of high, you do it anyway because you say, oh well, Tony said I can run here, or they're paying this over there, and then you get in and it's not like that, and now you got a lot of overhead. Or same thing with the rental. Don't go rent that truck and you paying $1,500, $1,800, $2,000 a month, because that's a lot of money, and you're eating away at your margin. I always say it, margins are very small, very, very small, very, very small. I don't hear enough people talking about margins, but I got plenty of videos on margins talking about how they're very small. So you have to, make sure you enter with as low as of overhead as possible so you can increase your margin so you can make more money. Factor in that learning curve that you got to go through too. Charles Johnson. Yeah, and if you can buy it cash, buy it cash. But I know that's not everybody's situation. But if you can, buy it cash. And make sure you buy it under your business. I had a guy on here last Sunday, coached him. Everybody co-signed what I was telling him. He goes out the very next day and does the opposite. If you have a business, your equipment should be purchased under the business. Shouldn't be purchased under your personal. Serves you no purpose to purchase your equipment under your personal. Some of these places will send you off. They will send you off. They sent him off. I don't think he in here, but they sent him off. All right. And here's another thing. You got to exercise some patience. You got to exercise some discipline. The first place you go to may not be the place for you to buy. It may not, the vehicle you may be eyeing at that place, it may not be the vehicle for you to purchase. All right. You have to go with the signs. All right. Here's what doesn't make sense about that situation. I'm going to talk about it. I know you ain't here, but if you go to a place and you got a business that hasn't matured, that hasn't aged, all right, has no history, but your personal credit is great, and they ask you for payment stubs for your business, which makes no sense. All right, you don't have them because you have a new business, but they say, well, we can't sell you the vehicle under the business because you don't have any payment history. You don't have any income coming in, but you know what? We'll sell it to you under your personal and you ain't got to show us nothing. And you G for that, you go for that, and then you purchase a company vehicle under your personal. That doesn't make any sense. You have a business, it's new. It doesn't have any history, but your personal credit is strong. They want to see They want to see revenue, incoming revenue for a business that has just started. All right, that's just started. You only have one check, so they say, "Oh, we can't sell it to you under the business. You can't even co-sign for it, but we'll sell it to you personally, and you don't gotta show us nothing." I know what the play is, but he did it. It's done with now, but now he got to eat that as a learning lesson. After I coached him last Sunday on the live, and everybody was here last Sunday, he went and did the opposite. That situation meant that van ain't for you, because that's BS what they doing. Because you could have easily co-signed for your business. You could have guaranteed that. That means that vehicle wasn't for him, and it wasn't meant to do business with them. But exactly, he could have just PG'd. But see, here's the thing, man. Some of these dealerships, they play games, man. I don't know what their angle was, but they play games. I remember years ago, I went to buy a car at a dealership when the Camaros first came back out, like 2010, 2011, 2012, all right? I went to a dealership, and I walked in. I said, I'm interested in this car, pocket full of money, all right? They told me, without running my credit, without getting my license, they didn't even ask me if I wanted to test drive it. They said it's going to be $10,000 down. You could put $5,000 down today. We're going to need the other $5,000 by Monday, and then we're going to shop the deal. Now, this is a Chevrolet dealership. They wanted money. They didn't ask for my license. They didn't run my credit. They didn't ask for a test drive. They said, yeah, you give us the money, then we'll shop it. That didn't make no sense. I bought plenty of cars. 2-3 days later, I went to another Chevy dealership. I'm in the lot looking. Guy comes out like, man. I'm like, yeah, I'm looking at this car. He said, I'll be right back. You got your license? Gave him my license. He came back. He threw me the key. Said, get in. We test drove it. He said, man, punch that shit, man. Punched it, took it back. I bought the car. So the situation before, yeah, it was probably some stereotyping going on. But all that meant was that car wasn't for me. But because I was smart, even though I was thirsty, I wasn't too thirsty to give them my 10 grand, even though I had it. Because if I would have gave them that 10 grand, they would have held that 10 grand, they would have shopped the deal, and they would have told me it came back denied because they never shopped the deal. The reason why I know that is because I had a situation with a Ford dealership. I went to this Ford dealership in Lyons, Illinois to buy 2 16-footers, cash. All right. Pulled up in my brand new 750 at a Ford dealership. They already stereotyping me. Black dude, get out, dreads, I went in there by 2 trucks. Same situation. We're going to run the deal. Bro, run the deal? Bro, what do you mean? You can run the deal right now. Call the bank, call Wells Fargo. I'm telling you, call Wells Fargo, call Ally, call whoever. Yeah, we'll run it. We'll give you a call Monday. What? Whatever, bro. I already knew I was going to do business with. I didn't hear from them for 5 days. I called them. Oh, well, who, what? Yeah, it didn't go through. Wait, dude, how you know it didn't go through? I didn't even tell you my name yet. So some places you go into, they'll stereotype you. You know what I'm saying? So that just means that those places is not meant for you to do business with. And I hope he took that as a learning lesson. And if a person don't want to play ball with me, if they don't want to take my money and treat me fairly, then I don't have to spend my money there. But people got to learn not to be thirsty. And that goes back to what we was talking about earlier with this whole box truck thing, with the rental trucks and people jumping into these trucks. Because they'll watch a video, Mark, and say, yo, 1,500 is too much. But because they have this yearning to get into the space so bad, which can be a good thing, the first place they go, even though they know it's not right, they condition their mind to be like, I know Mark or whoever said, man, and everybody's saying renting right now at these rates. But you know what? I think I'm going to make it. I think I'm going to be okay. I think if I do Amazon and I run a load in the morning and a load in the evening, I think I can do okay with this 1,500. And then they get it because they already conditioned. They psych themselves out because they so thirsty to get in and they can't exercise some patience and keep shopping their own deal, they get in and they get stuck. They get trapped. So he definitely could have PG'd it if he would have went somewhere else. But that's a learning lesson. Drop the link again. All right, bet. I go to link. What year, model, van, or box truck should we buy new? For vans, I like the Transits and I like the Sprinters. If I was purchasing a van, I'd probably go Transit because I know the maintenance would be more less expensive and would probably save a few thousand on the Transit over the Sprinter. If I was in the market for a box truck right now, be a Freightliner or a Hino. What I think about Ryder used trucks, I wouldn't buy one. I wouldn't do nothing with Ryder. If I was in the market to do anything, let's say the rates were fair right now. Ryder has never been fair, ever. Even in my tenure, my early days, Ryder was always the most expensive. To rent a truck, to lease a truck, to buy a truck. If I'm gonna buy a truck from a used place on the market, it's gonna be Penske. Penske got the best used truck rates. It's not better than Budget's truck rates, but Budget auctions all their trucks off, so you have to purchase it from an auction. So all my trucks, my early trucks, the trucks I bought in 13 and 14 were all Budget trucks, came from a Budget auction. I didn't buy them directly from the Budget auction, but there's a truck dealer here out in Crystal Lake, Illinois, and he buys all those box trucks and then he marks them up like 20%. So I would buy all my trucks from him on a markup. There you go. What's going on? All right, we hear you, but you're not saying nothing.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, but you got some static. Hey, actually, you got too much equipment, bro. You got to make it more simple.
How about now?
Just get you a Stream Deck and that's it, man. That's all you need, man. I'm running everything off.
I got all that.
Huh? What'd you say?
I think it's clashing with your system. That's why.
Why you say that? Now I can't hear you no more. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, what's going on, man? So expediting, man. There's a lot of questions. A lot of people want to know about this expediting. I had a question here earlier. Where'd the question go? Somebody asked an expediting question. What was it? Where is it at? Yeah, I hear it. I hear the delay. I guess it's coming through your headphones. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Axel? See, he was fine, but he keep playing with buttons and stuff, man. He got all those toys.
I don't know why it's doing that.
You were fine a minute ago, but you got the pressing stuff, man.
I can hear you.
All right, so can you break down what exactly expediting is? Because I get that question a lot.
You can hear me?
I hear you. Can you break down exactly what expediting is? Because I get that question a lot.
How about now?
I hear you. I think it's a delay on your side.
Well, it's still messing up.
What are you listening?
Expediting is in the van or the box truck. You can actually do expediting in a semi truck if you have team drive, but Majority of people know expedite in the van or the box truck.
Okay, but your
I think so too.
your regulations are a little bit different,
This is what
right?
I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change to my iPhone.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna hang up and then switch to the iPhone, right? All right. When he comes back, I'll bring him back up. Hopefully, we get it right this time. But I think the problem is on his end. I saw a comment up here that I missed that I want to touch on real quick because I see them. They were coming. This one, when I was talking about Mr. Beast is on track to become the first YouTube billionaire, if not already. Read that a couple weeks ago. So I was actually listening to a podcast earlier today, um, and they were talking the same thing. And he probably will, but that's just a testament to what I was saying earlier. Like, you know, a guy like Mr. Beast who really loves what he does, and he makes a lot of money because of the passion that he puts into it. And in turn, that passion turns into a lot of revenue. But the money isn't his driving factor. He actually has, his mission statement is not revolved around money. So and that's just a great compare and contrast to a lot of the people that enter the space. Like, you got to really have a passion for what you love. You know what I'm saying? So if entrepreneur, like, I got a passion for entrepreneurship. So, like, I make sure that every day, at least 30% of my day is researching new ideas. 30% of my day, about 30% of my day is sleep, 30% is research, 30% is work. And then I go to the gym. So that's like another 10%. So I love research, and I love new ideas, and I love investing, and I love researching things that I can invest in. I actually love entrepreneurship. At this point in my life, because I'm older now, I don't do anything for money. I did everything for money in my 20s and my 30s. I set myself up so that I can do what I want to do now and take risks that I want to take. And I think people have to create a plan so that they can do these things. I think the issue now is people want to play more and work less, but they don't understand that there's a path that you got to take to be able to do that. And I think you do have to work hard at some point. If you're lucky enough and you get it at a young age, you work hard in your younger years, and then you can play. It's easier to play more and work less nowadays than it was, and when I was in my 20s, because technology, there's just so many opportunities to make a lot of money now. Like, you got just so many opportunities, and technology has advanced that if you go back to what I was talking about earlier, you can be an early adopter in something and get in early and then just make a lot of money. People who bought shares of crypto years ago, they were early adopters. Those are the millionaires and the billionaires now. So, this whole box truck thing, and I said it earlier, it may piss some people off, but a lot of people may be late to the party. It may be a late to the party thing. Doesn't mean you don't have to enter. It still is an industry that, is going to always take people in unless technology pushes the human element out. But if you're looking to enter into it because you heard you can run up a bag of money, this, that, and the third, then you're entering it for the wrong reason. You got to really love or have some type of desire to want to either drive over the road, because over the road can get lonely at times. If you want to enter Final Mile, you got to have some type of motivating desire to want to lift furniture. Like, man, it's labor intensive. You want to be a mover, you got to have something. All right. in 2010, in the early 2010s, because I was able to get so many guys to work, I would go after the felons. Their motivating factor of coming to work for me is because nobody else would hire them, and they needed to make money. All right, so as a smart businessman, I paid them well, and I promoted to them like, on top of this pay, you're gonna get tipped every day. So the motivating factor for them was, well, shit, no one else is giving us an opportunity. I like lifting, so I've been lifting for the past 7-8 years, so I'm gonna go lift these couches. So you gotta from an independent standpoint, being an independent operator, if you want to come in, you gotta like it, man. You gotta like either driving, you gotta like lifting. You might have to condition your mindset, even if you kind of like it and then you kind of don't. But you know what? This is an opportunity for you to use as a stepping stool. Then you may have to condition your mind. All right, okay, I'm gonna get on this truck. I'm gonna run final mile. So look, since I'm taking my time away, all right, I'm gonna utilize part of my day. I'm gonna use it for a workout. All right, when I lift the refrigerator, I'm gonna squat all the way down, and I'm gonna use this as leg day. You know what? I'm gonna run the stairs today. Today gonna be leg day for me. So man, guys, moving. You know what I'm saying? You load the truck. You do all the packing upstairs. I'm gonna run the stairs because man, I'm gonna utilize today as a workout for legs. You gotta condition your mind so that now you working, you earning, and you also getting a workout in. All right. You condition your mind. You killing two birds with one stone. So it's a mindset thing, You know what? I'm gonna do the box truck over the road thing. I'm gonna do it for a year. I'm gonna try to save up, and then I want to be able to transition the earnings and the revenue I get from this into this. So when I'm gonna take this first year, and since I'm gonna be out on the road, I'm gonna listen to podcasts while I'm driving. I'm not gonna just drive like a zombie and listen to Drake's album or listen to Lil Baby's album. I'm gonna listen to podcasts. I'm gonna listen to things that are gonna self-improvement to help, jog ideas in my mind. And I'm gonna do that for a year, and I'm gonna write out all these ideas in a year. And while I'm writing these ideas down and I'm driving over the road for a year, I'm putting money to the side. So down in 12 months, I'm gonna look at my notepad and I'm gonna look at all these ideas that I wrote down driving throughout this country, and I'm gonna narrow these ideas down to what I think I can do with the money that I have. And then I'm gonna try to do something. Like, man, you gotta make the best of your time, but it comes from the mind. You gotta have the right mindset. So man, I don't know. But man, I like this kind. That's why I came back to it. I saw it, man. I like Mr. Beast, man. I like everything he's doing. I like his mind. I like his mindset. And I wish a lot of people could take a page out of his book, man. I love researching new opportunities. Yeah, me too. Once you run final mile with a cargo van, sprinter van, what's the play on turning it without driving? I'm currently working full time and I have my little brothers ready to roll. What should I do? If your brothers are dedicated, put them in there. As long as they're old enough and don't have backgrounds and whatever the onboarding requirements for whoever you apply with are. Get your authority, sign up with a logistics company. With a van, you're only going to require one person. So I would send them, I don't know what market you're in. You can go to T-Force, or you can go to Capstone, or you can go to Waco, and I would do office supply delivery. That's a good, easy starter. You really can't mess nothing up because you're pretty much just delivering paper. Only requires one man. T-Force has some other one-man contracts, Granger. They got a bunch of retail contracts for one man in a van. You can actually do in your personal car, StockX, and a few other ones. Yeah, so I would just get your authority, and then if your brother is dedicated, just put him in the van, sign up with one of those companies, starting with office supply delivery. Depending on your market, is going to determine how much money you're going to make. Office Depot through T-Force, it pays per piece. The rates vary in different markets. I'm hearing down in Atlanta it's paying $225. In other markets it's paying different. So some markets the per piece pay is different. So I can't give you a price tag on the per piece because I don't know what market you're in, and I may not know what T Force is paying in that market per piece count. Same thing with Waco and Capstone with Staples. So obviously, the more volume you have, the more piece counts you get, the more money you make. So you have to be in some type of shape to do Final Mile. You have one of our guys out here huffing and puffing to bend over. He's not gonna make it. Yeah, so um, definitely got to be in shape for Final Mile. That's another issue that I started running into. I actually started running into this issue probably like 2018, 2019. I was still running about 50% of my peak. 2020, it just, once people got that money, I just was never able to really scale back up. And then eventually by 2021, I just realized that, things were changing. So, but yeah, and then the new applicants that are coming in now, like you can't tell people they can't smoke weed no more. Weed is legal, so people gonna hit the blunt before they come to work. They not gonna have to win. It's just a different ball game now. So yeah, so you saying you got a guy huffing and puffing. So yeah, I know, and that can be frustrating doing Final Mile because you gotta have the win and you gotta have the wherewithal to get through the day. It could be a 10-stop day, it could be a 12-stop day. It could be a 12-stop day that just every stop is just an obstacle driven nightmare. And if you don't have the right team, or if one person is winded because they smoke or just because they're not physically capable of doing the job, that's going to put strain on the other person and it's going to ultimately make his job harder and it's going to tire him out. And then what happens from there is the next day one guy calls off and now that truck can't run and the logistics company is angry at you. You know what I'm saying? Because if one guy is lacking on Final Mile, that it has to get picked up and the other guy's picking it up, and that puts him in at a risk of injuring himself, getting frustrated. I had guys get into it, Final Mile moving, a lot of testosterone being thrown around because you lifting. It's frustrating, so you know it's definitely a tough lane, but it pays exceptionally well if you're able to. And I'm gonna do. I got a not a series, but I'm gonna do one of those very intellectual. I don't know if I'm gonna do it in a live format or a video format. What I'm gonna talk about Final Mile, in a very intellectual way, coming up soon. So stay tuned for that. I'm in Michigan. You're gonna do a van, you're gonna need your DOT. What you need to do is you need to check with Michigan to see if Michigan has their own regulations as well. Some states have their own regulatory authority you may have to get. My state is one of them. You got to get an ICC number here. So you need to check with your state. I dropped the sauce on that cargo van live I did maybe a month or two ago. So go back and watch that live for the tool to check with the FMCSA to see if you even need a DOT, because there's a few states that don't require DOT. They just require their own authority. All right. So if you want one of those states that you can just run under their authority, if you plan on just staying in the state, then you may be good, but you need to go check that FMCSA tool for your cargo van to see if you're in one of those states. And yeah, go from there. What logistics company do you recommend to Georgia? Depends on what you're doing. If you're doing Final Mile, I know there's a T Force down in, I think in Savannah or Atlanta. I don't know what you're doing. If you're doing Final Mile, I would suggest T Force. Um, that's always my go-to is T Force. Even though I've had my ups and downs with them when we were running with them in the past. Um, Ultimately, I'm always say T Force because T Force was the first company I ever ran with when I started doing Final Mile, and they paid exceptionally well. So, but this is back during the Wild Wild West days. So these were earlier days in e-commerce, earlier days in online shopping, and when I tell my stories about running Final Mile in 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, you know, Um, I know a lot of these stories may not correlate to how running Final Mile is now, but that's highly because those were the Wild Wild West days. You gotta understand, the Final Mile companies hadn't figured it out yet. You know, e-commerce was growing. Amazon was setting the tone. They were pushing towards this 2-day delivery. Other companies were trying to uh, the smart ones were trying to put their products and create online stores to push their product and do a home delivery. And the third party logistics companies, anybody was running back then, you guys remember, it was like the Wild Wild West because they were trying to figure it out as well. They didn't have the system down pat like they have it now. And just like anything in the early stages, early adopters, they pay. It's just like I was talking about a few weeks ago with Fanatics. Or you can jump into other industries. Look, when the internet started in 91, all those early internet companies that went through the internet boom in the late 90s, early 2000s were making money in those stocks before the bubble burst. You know what I'm saying? So, those Wild Wild West days, it was just a money laden, money driven industry, and those 3PLs were just throwing money at you to get the freight off the dock while they figured out the systems that you guys see now in place. Michael Anderson, thank you for watching. All right, so man, I don't know. Axel, man, he got a lot of equipment over there. He's one of those guys that, he makes a lot of money. He's one of those make a lot of money guys. And he just buys a lot of equipment and doesn't stream unless I bring him on. And he got so much stuff, I don't think he knows how to use it all. I got stuff here too, but he got like mics running through this and Stream Deck and all this buttons and stuff. And I don't know, man. I make it simple. I got one thing controlling everything, and I took my time to put everything in, and then I just push my buttons, and like how I switch when he come up, I can hit the button and do that, or I can do this and then bring it back there. So, cool stuff. And hit this. Hit that.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
You got to figure out how to work his equipment. So, but Axel, if you're watching, man, we're going to have to try it again another day, buddy, unless you want to try it one more again from your iPhone. DOT is free. Just grab that, bro. It will help in the long run. My question is how to grab some good, consistent local work for multiple vans. I'm in NYC. Lasership, I heard is good out there. Now, here's the thing with Lasership. I never ran Lasership, but it gets mixed reviews. Like, half people say it's great, and then other half people say it sucks. Another one is T-Force. I always going to rely to T-Force because they got Office Depot. I know New York, really big city, so I know there's a lot of paper. Office Depot has. I know they have the city contract with the schools here. So I'm assuming they would probably have a contract with the schools in New York. And that's where you're going to get your piece count at. You want to deliver. You want to get. So the way the finesse T-Force is, you want to get a route with a bunch of schools. Because what happens is they order paper by the pallets. It's about 40 reams of paper on each pallet. So just delivering one pallet is 40 pieces. All right. So now it might be a school or let's say a warehouse that has multiple pallet deliveries for paper. So if you can deliver 2 pallets to a place, that's 80 pieces. So I would try T-Force and see if you can get that Office Depot contract if they're housing that contract out there in that market. And I would try, which is going to be hard if you're onboarding with them because all the high-paying contracts I'm pretty sure already be taken. But you want to try to get on a route that has at least public schools, hospitals, or some type of industrial route. Because if you do, most of the time, more times out of not, they're going to order pallets of paper. And it makes your route easier. You don't have to deal with multiple stops because you're just literally dropping off. You'll be in your van, so you won't be able to, you're going to have to unload it manually onto your mag liner. But, if you can reduce your stops down to 3 or 4 stops versus, when I was running Office Depot, I had some routes that were running 50 to 60 stops. If you can reduce your route to a few stops and still get the piece count because you're delivering pallets of paper, then those are the routes you want to go for. Those are the routes you want to go for. So, and those are the routes that are hard to come by, because if a person has those types of routes, if they leave, whoever has the tenure is already G'ing for that route. Man, let me get buddy route, man. I want that route. So, you can get a route. Let's say you got a extended length Sprinter, extended length Transit, high roof, and you put 3 pallets on there, going to one stop. That's 120 pieces times, let's say you in a market that's paying $2.25 a piece. So there you have it. Let's do the math on that. 225 times 120. Yo.
I can hear you.
All right, great. Finally. All right, man. So, here you go. Playing with stuff, man. Just
I'm
leave it
just turning
alone.
up the volume.
Man. So expediting, man. A lot of people want to know about expediting. We got some people that are interested in the cargo van business that may not want to go the final mile route. So, can you explain to them what expediting is, but explain it to them the right way? Because in 2023, we don't want to. We want everybody to hear the stone cold truth. We're gonna start this year off right. What's the stone cold truth of expediting?
The stone cold truth of expediting is I wouldn't get involved in it right now.
Why is that?
Because it's not a normal year. And there's a lot of people that want to get in this business because they're listening to everybody else. And a big problem with that has to do with YouTube.
So I guess that's every logistics lane on YouTube. But so the expediting, you guys are like, is it as bad as this
Here,
box truck inside, or is it worse?
I think it's worse because it's easier to get into a van. So a lot of people can jump in and they can hang out longer than, say, a box truck.
Okay.
Just as you go up in the vehicles, box truck, flatbed, semi, where you got bigger costs. It's those guys above us, if they have a harder time, it's easier for them to fall down than it
Okay.
is a van.
Okay. So
So
go ahead, I'm sorry.
we have people that hang out in the van industry that shouldn't be hanging out. And there was something else I wanted to drop because you mentioned something about apps.
Yeah.
Anybody in the van game and including the box trucks, because a lot of them use the box trucks too. If you're using these apps, I'm going to tell you right now, they're coming after these apps. I was just with the broker the other day. We have a list of 14 people that have apps. These apps are created from one company and they're rebranding them to your company name. I called the broker. He said 3 of those people you have on your list, we have them blocked already for double brokering. And I specifically asked him because on these apps, when these companies have it and they have the driver bid on the load, and I asked him, is this or is this not double brokering? And he told me 100%. We're the broker. We give it to the carrier. And now you have carriers that have apps and they're allowing drivers to bid on these loads. The next problem is that we caught is most people where you need the 1 million and the 100K cargo, correct?
Yeah.
And what if I told you on some of these apps they're telling these drivers 90,000 liability and there's no mention of cargo?
Which apps are you talking about?
I can't say them. I'd love to say them right now. You can probably figure it out if you look real hard, but they're coming after them. And I know another guy, and he's not a little guy, he's a big guy, and he's coming hard. He talked to the FMCSA last week. The next thing is, after December 22nd of 2022, they are severely watching dispatch companies. And they're talking about they're coming after them. If you're a carrier that's dealing with these dispatch companies, you're going to open up yourself to the government now because they're starting to review taxes. They're watching these dispatch companies, they're coming after them. And the biggest reason is there's some big trucking companies and they want it to stop. I'm not making this up. I'm heard it straight from the bird. He's got a call with the guy next week, a guy from Washington that works with the FMCSA. All I'm saying is everyone needs to be careful what they're doing and who they're dealing with. If you want to get your own MC, learn the business, it's not hard to dispatch yourself. I don't know why everyone needs these dispatchers. In the van game, it's maybe a little bit different because we're constantly running and moving. And I tried to explain to everybody, any dispatcher who's not an expedite carrier or hasn't been in the expedite business, those people have no clue what to do with vans. Any of these dispatchers tell you, oh, yeah, I can move your van, tell them to kick rocks because I'm telling you 90% of them don't know what they're talking about.
So you're saying people shouldn't get into the van industry now?
No, not now. It's good industry to get into, but there's people that are getting into this industry that don't have any money and they're risking their savings and stuff to come out on the road. We always said in the beginning, if you think you want to do expedite in a van, there's a ton of expedite companies. Ones have been around a long time, big names. Go sign up. I'm not saying you're going to like it, but you're going to learn because you might not even like to be on the road. Everybody says, "Oh yeah, I can drive. I like to drive." Tell me when you can drive 1,000 miles in nasty weather, how much you're going to like it. And you cannot sit there and tell these guys, "Oh, you know what? I only want to go to Florida. I only want to stay in the Carolinas. Maybe just a little bit of Alabama." First of all, Florida stinks for freight, which a lot of you guys know. There's a lot of areas, certain times of year, you don't even want to go to. If you ask me to go to the Dakotas, I'm not going there. If you ask me to go to Wyoming, I'm not going there. If you ask me to go into New York City, I'm not going there. And there's certain reasons. One is the weather, especially this time of year. I seen 3 new people today asking about what kind of chains they need to put on their vans. That worries me because a lot of those people have never even driven in snow at all before. And you're asking about chains. Go drive in those mountains. Chains or no chains, go drive in those mountains in Colorado or Washington and let me know how you like it. I mean, it's anything in trucking is good when everything operates correctly. There's no thievery, and there everyone complains about the brokers. Sure, there's a bunch of those douchebags. But what people don't realize is a lot of time you're dealing with agents. You're not dealing with the actual broker. You're dealing with their agents. A broker could have 50 agents underneath of him.
Right.
Everyone talks about TQL. TQL calls me every week because I'm in Ohio, but I don't run flatbeds and stuff. I tell you guys, I don't operate those big trucks. But because they have so many agents and nobody has a clue to just put in the system, don't bother this guy unless you got a van or a box truck. They always call me. New agents, they just keep calling. In this game, I learned when I got into this game, I was a company driver. I drove for the Ukrainians. I ran hundreds, thousands of miles a week. If it was a team load, they didn't tell you.
Mm.
They say, what's your location? What's your zip code? Oh, you're going to be late. What do you mean I'm going to be late? I haven't even laid down for a half hour. I've been running straight. And then the broker will call you. Hey, why is this load running behind? What are you talking about running behind? We're supposed to be team. Well, nobody said anything about team. There's a lot of lying, even on the loads. And a lot of times, there's dispatchers and even the dispatchers for these shady companies, they'll book the load. It's a team load. They're not telling you. And and you're running it solo. There was someone to argue with me today when they said they have a van, they want to put a driver. You have to stay out 4 weeks. You can come back home for 3, maybe 4 days, but you're going to be running about 5,000 miles a week. 5,000 is a lot of miles. Nobody can tell me it is or is not. It's a lot of miles, especially in a van. And it's not like a lot of times in expedite, we drive at nighttime. Nighttime deer can run out in front of you. I don't know, ghosts maybe, but it's not like, you know what I'm trying to say, Mark?
I hear you. You said something on you said people are entering and they don't have money. I see the same thing now on the box truck side, but I just think that's something that, people are going to continue to do because there's a culture now of be your own boss, self ownership, and no one wants to work for anyone else. No one wants to work for any corporations anymore. So people are willing to risk. They're saying, which that's a part of entrepreneurship, but I think they're doing it for absolutely the wrong reasons. So I don't think that's going anywhere. I think you're going to continue to see people invest their savings, not knowing what the hell they're doing and losing out. So you're saying now is not the right time. Well, when is then for van expediting?
Uh, I'm going to say for van expediting, when you see the auto industry moving again. In expedite, we move a lot of auto loads in the vans, and auto is not moving like it's supposed to be.
That's because of the manufacturing and the chips.
That's what they say.
All right. So that could be as far as the chips. They said 2022, then they said 23. Now they're saying 24. So and that
But see,
that
I didn't
that
even hear that. You heard that. I didn't even hear
and,
that.
and
So
see that all depends on, and we can really get deep. That all depends on, a lot of that can depend on how this Russia and Ukraine thing, because Taiwan, is paying close attention, right? And if we continue, I think if we continue to meddle in other people's business, they may take heed because they're on the opposite side. So there's a lot of political that whole semiconductor thing. There's a lot of politics involved in that. So there's no telling, and I think that's why it keeps getting pushed back, because in 2020 or 2020 2021, when this problem first occurred, they were saying 2022. All right. 2022 came and went. 2022, they started saying 2023. By the end of 2022, they were saying 2024.
mm-hmm.
So it's politics involved in that. So if you're saying that expediting is a lot of the stuff you guys move is auto parts, you said.
there's a large part that's auto. So what happens is there's a lot of, even in the trucking, just regular trucks, there's a lot of carriers that move a lot of auto. So when the auto is running for all the car dealerships, John Deere, everybody, it thins it a little bit because a lot of those guys are running auto.
Yeah.
I run auto too, but we do a lot of general freight. But when
Okay.
there's no auto, everybody's looking for the general freight.
Hmm.
So it gets a little bit more concentrated. And another thing everybody has to remember is too, in this business, everybody and anybody can join. Those Ukrainians that are coming over here in the U4U program, a lot of them are going to come into trucking, and a lot of them will start in the bottom. They'll start in the vans.
Hmm.
Just like we got a lot of Somali guys, we got a lot of Nigerian guys. So you got people from other countries that maybe to them $300 or $400 is a lot of money. Okay,
Hmm.
when they come over here and they can run, I don't know, 5,000 to 6,000 miles a week and make 2,000, it's like gold to them. And a lot of them, they don't have apartments or houses or bills. They'll get a van and they'll live in that van. Forget
Yeah.
about 2 or 3 weeks out. They'll be 24/7, 7 days.
I saw.
The
I,
whole month.
I saw a guy had the little pallet mattress rolled up in the back of the van. He made sure when they loaded the van. He had that little space where he can roll the pallet out and go back there and sleep. So yeah, I believe you. Oh wow. So for all you guys that want to get in the expedite, he's saying now is not the right time. Um, tell
I'm
me.
not saying it's not good and not to get in it, but I wouldn't. You're going to get in a. We're fighting right now just to even get $1 a mile. I'm up in Cleveland, and last week these fools are. There's. I'm not going to say their names right now, but we got a couple weird carriers from the Carolinas and a
Mm,
couple weird ones from California. I've
mm,
never seen so many of their vans over here by Cleveland before. These guys are coming over here because you know how California is, first of all, super cheap.
mm,
Carolina's been struggling a bit. So these guys right now, they're trying to stay up north where we usually get higher rates, but what they're doing is they're dropping our rates up here. Because a lot of times from the north, Chicago, Michigan, Ohio, we'll get maybe a good rate going down. We might take a little less coming back up. But these guys are so desperate now, they're coming up to the top and they're running like they do the bottom. It's just, there's going to be changes. I see changes coming, and I see some bigger expedite companies doing some sneaky stuff. Like they're getting ready to pump a lot of drivers too. There's a couple guys that are trying to cover a lot of the map. Years ago when I got in, Bolt, Panther, V3, Load One, Barrett Direct Line, these were like the bigger guys
Right.
where you'd see a ton of their vans all over.
I used to see
You
a
don't
lot
see
of Panther, but I don't see them that much anymore.
No, because a lot of them would run with company drivers or they'd have fleet owners and you would drive their van for them, but they wouldn't take care of them. So when the freight gets low like this and the rates dip, a lot of times these van drivers will have a hard time making $200-300 a week.
Hmm.
Because let's say they're only getting 1,500, maybe 2,000 miles. Those van guys usually get 35 to 40 cents a mile. Some do the 60-40 split where they pay for the fuel, but what they do is they don't teach these guys. So they'll say, "Hey, Mark, we got a load for you, man. It's slow, it's bad, but drive over here 400 miles to pick it up."
Mm.
2 years I got into with the guy. He drove with XPO. He was a van. He owned his van. He was owner operator. He drove for XPO. He got a load. He had to drive 400 miles to pick it up. It was paying $1 a mile and deliver it 400 miles. I said, "Listen, that's like 50 cents each way." He said, "No, no, no, you don't count that." "What do you mean you don't count that? That's 800 miles.
So he deadheaded 400 miles to pick up a load
A
to go
400-mile
400
load."
miles.
Yeah. A lot of the van guys will do that too, especially when they get desperate. They'll start deadheading tons of miles. There was another time he was sitting next to me, maybe 3 weeks or a month later, and I booked a load in a van for $1.50 a mile. He was sitting exactly next to me. He says, "How did you get that load?" He says, I drive for XPO. I said, "Well, I'm a partner carrier with them. So I don't know, maybe they don't like you, or maybe you did something wrong, or I don't know, maybe I move faster. I don't know. But I got the load, and that was one of their drivers right there." So sometimes it's politics. Sometimes maybe their dispatchers are snoozing. Because a lot of these people, too, that become dispatchers, and I always say it, and maybe some guys will agree with me, the
Mm.
best dispatchers are the ones who've been on the road.
Mm.
Because a lot of these companies just need to fill bodies. They'll say, "Hey, you want to be a dispatcher?" And they'll tell me, "Okay, you get this much commission," or blah, 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 and train as you go. And another thing I wanted to bring up about the apps, because I discussed this with the broker, and I said, "Listen, when these guys are bidding on these loads through this app, how are they fielding all these calls? Because there could be 50 or 60 at one time." He
Mm.
said, "All I know is when I get for one company in particular, he tells me, when I get the calls from this company, they all sound Asian. The other guy's been working on it with me. He told me he knows it gets outsourced to Philippines. So
Right.
those dispatchers are from the Philippines."
Right. So most companies now outsource to different companies because they're paying them pennies.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing, and I think I talked about this the other day. Eventually, they're going to get, well, sooner than later, they're going to get replaced. Artificial intelligence is going to replace them. There's already apps that are digital. So artificial intelligence is just going to set the price point. You either accept it, deny it, or uh damn, what's the word I'm looking for? Counter, counter. So the code that's written, if there's an order from a shipper going from, let's say, Chicago to Detroit, the code is going to already set a price point for it. So there's nobody in between, and then you can accept it, deny it, or counter it. But the code knows how far it's going to go up to. So you like it's getting to the point where they're going to even replace the outsourced people on the other, wherever, Pakistan, China. They're just going to replace them with artificial intelligence. Like a lot of industries is going to get replaced with artificial intelligence.
I mean, they got robots they're building right now to flip hamburgers. So I mean,
Well, yeah,
unless
those are
people don't
robots.
start.
Robots is one thing, but and that's, they have to build those. Artificial intelligence is just code. Once they put the code in, it's it. They don't, the robot, they got to build a piece of metal, and it's got to have an arm, and it's got to flip the spatula and all that. With artificial intelligence, it's just code. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Yeah.
code. So, the brokers are going to get replaced. Those outsourced dispatchers, all those people are going to get replaced. Oh, that's just code, man. That's just code. But you sound, every time you talk about it, you sound disappointed when it comes
Yeah,
to
I
it.
am
So,
disappointed. I'm disappointed because I see good people. I even seen some good drivers coming in the industry. I have a very good driver that worked for me last year, black guy. He was a steel worker. He was in the union. I said, "You sure you want to do this business?" He says, "Yeah." My best damn driver I ever had. We're friends now. We talk all the time, you know.
mhm,
And he held out for a while. What happened is his van got hit, and when the parts were bad, it took 3 months to put that van back together. So in the meantime is when the industry started dipping too a little bit. He said, "What do
mhm,
you think I should do?" I said, "I love you as a driver." He said, "But if I were you, it's your chance now to get rid of that van because the vans were overpriced." So
mhm.
he got all his money back from the van. Um, it there used to be a little bit more camaraderie, you know. I see you guys have it sometimes too in the box trucks, but there's a lot of hate and people. And you said something earlier. I can't remember exactly what you said, but when you try to teach or tell the right way, nobody listens.
Mhm.
You're the bad guy. But now you said they're starting to listen to you.
Well, they're starting to listen now because, well, people started to listen to me like end of October, beginning of November when this whole peak season started, because I was forecasting stuff, and then that's what turned people on to, let me take a deeper listen. They might have come across the channel, and because I wasn't talking what everybody else was talking, I wasn't getting the subscriber base. But people remembered, the stuff that I was talking about, and I started getting those DMs like, "Damn, everything you've been saying, I've just watched it unfold. It's just been unfolding." So that's when my channel kind of started going in an upward um, trajectory. But when I was speaking about tenure earlier, and the guy came in, I guess he was trolling. I think it plays a part. And when I talk about tenure, some people get offended, but at the end of the day, the years of experience that a person has, you can't take that away from them. And
Mm-hmm.
experience is always going to be the best teacher. And I think, I just think now in this industry, as far as on this YouTube thing, I think a lot of people just want to be right, and they just want to be popular, and they just want everybody to think they're right, and they try so hard to be right that they're wrong. And then you got other people that are just trying so hard to be popular because they're looking for the payday uh uh from YouTube. But then you got guys on here that are tenured, and I'm gonna keep using that word tenured, that have been in this thing for a while. And when you tell people, I don't even say it's the truth. You just tell them what it is. People, they don't want to hear it. They condition their mind to hear what they want to hear, and the stuff that people tell them is the stuff that they want to hear. People are telling them these things because they know that's what's going to draw traffic into their channel. So I don't know, man. I think with your industry, and I think with the box truck industry, even with the semi truck industry, I just think right now this is an industry where people can get into. They don't have nobody breathing over their shoulder. This is something they can do. They can consider themselves their own boss. But I don't think people are really looking at um, this industry from the right way. It's going through a correction right now. It's shaking out a lot of people, but there's still people looking to get in. Every day I get new people that want to get in right now. And even though you want to tell them, like, you sure, you might want to reassess how you do it. The only thing I do is I tell them, make sure you exercise a lot of due diligence, and you do your research. It sucks, it's a lot of hate, but For you to
It's
come out and
hard.
say, now is not the right time. I was just curious to.
It's hard when people are coming in because in uh, I think vans and box trucks, people are trying to learn from YouTube. It's a good source to get some info, but they're trying to listen to everybody and everybody and anybody, whatever. And for example, there's a young couple. I think they came from box trucks and they didn't make it. So what they did is they bought two vans.
Mhm.
And I'll never forget the video that they did. I think it was last month. They said, "Oh, we have two vans and we did over 500,000 this year, and we're gonna
And
be millionaires, and we're gonna get that big house." And I'm like, "Let's back up because there's no way in hell two vans made 500,000.
hell no.
There's, but people hear that kind of junk, and that's it. They just heard that, and I'm gonna look at it like this too. Let's say you're in a van and
Mhm.
you're in Chicago. I don't know how many miles it is. It's maybe about 2,000.
What, from Chicago to where?
Chicago to LA, let's say.
Yeah, 2,000, a little over 2,000.
Okay, you're a van guy. You're brand new. I call you up. I say, Mark, I got you a good load, man. It goes to LA, sun and beach and everything.
Mhm.
And I take $1,000, 10 Benjamins, and I slap them on the table in front of you. You've never been in the game before. You didn't hear nothing about the 2,000 miles. You don't know what your costs are. You don't know anything. All you know is you see 10 Benjamins sitting on that table. And Mark is like, I'm ready to roll. And that's another problem because people don't know the costs.
Mhm.
People talk, there's big money numbers in this game. If someone tells you there's a $1,500 load, a $2,000 load, and people maybe had smaller jobs before where they only
Mhm.
made 300 or 400 a week. When they start hearing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, it sounds good. But they don't realize it might cost them 600 or 700 in fuel to go over there. And I'll never forget 2 years ago when it was bad a little bit. There was maybe about 70 vans down in Laredo. And everyone's fighting to get out of there. Maybe 60 cents a mile. My friend was down there. A foreign guy comes down there, and they're all talking. And he says, "I couldn't find a load." They said, "Where'd you come from?" I said, "Michigan." He said, "I took one come down here for 500." They say, "Listen, you left Michigan to come to Laredo for 500. You must have lost your mind. And we're trying to get out of here. But why would you take from Michigan to come here for 500? You didn't make anything. I needed a load. You drove for free." And everybody, there's teachers and there's non-teachers. And then you got people that think they can teach, but they don't have all the info either. I learned from the bottom, and when I got in, I told my friend, I said, "Listen, this is going to be a bitch." And I got into, I had a restaurant. I sold the restaurant. He had a pizza shop. He sold the pizza shop. We started driving like crazy animals. I said, "I'm working like a dog." And little by little, we learned, we watched. I
Mhm.
learned where they were getting the loads from. I started learning some companies. And then we transitioned out. And I made the break. I got my authority. It cost me some money. It was rough learnings in the beginning. I have Selectus, okay? Selectus, when I got on, was $3,500 just to sign up.
Mhm.
Back in the day, it used to be 8,000 just to
Mhm.
sign up. I get charged a little over 400 a week, a month. Guys are getting charged now, no money down, maybe $100 I heard,
Yeah.
and it's 500 to 600 a month. And there was a lady earlier today. How does this board select this? I said, I'm going to give you the honest truth. How old's your authority? I'm going to have it next week. Don't waste your time.
Mhm.
It's slow. The rates are bad. You're going to come onto a board where it's mostly all expedite, where everybody and anybody knows each other. Why are they going to pick you with your authority? It's not even going to be a month old. And some brokers are 30, 60, or 90. There's some that are a year.
Right.
You're not going to have a chance. You're going to have a very slim chance. It's not the time to learn, to risk money. I have another friend, he has a box truck. He does very well with DAT. And he
Mhm.
said, "Let me get to select this." And now he tells me, "I don't know why I got this thing. They're not answering me back." Because his authority is only going on 4, maybe 5 months. So it's learn as you go, but it's expensive to learn, and now is not a good time to be taking lessons, as far as I'm concerned.
What's up with the Ukrainians? You always mention the Ukrainians. What's their, what's your take on? Are they going to take over the space? They're going to run the American out
They
of it.
already took over a ton of the space, not to mention the Indian guys. And actually, I know a young Indian guy, and I asked him, what's going on over there in California? I know the Indians took over Canada already. He says, no, those are the Punjabi guys.
Mhm.
Those people work cheap. You cannot beat them. Can never beat them. Americans, and I was born here. I'm American, 100%. But my family's half Greek, half Italian. But unless everyone gets up off their ass and starts pushing back, you might as well forget it. Everyone talks about the Mexicans. I used to have construction company. I had 3 Mexican brothers, hardest workers. I miss them. If they would have still been here, I would have put them in trucking with me. I would have had no problems.
Mhm.
People work. They're not. They're not. They don't feel special. You know, they're gonna
Mhm.
earn their money and make their money. But in this country, everybody's just like, oh, that's too hard. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oh, I might break a nail. Oh, my girlfriend said I can't work this weekend. I had a guy. I let him go. He was the owner operator. Oh, I can't work this weekend. Why you can't work this weekend? I have to go see my dad in the nursing home. I said, you were just there last week. He says, yeah. I said, well, you got in the wrong business. You can't, like, how you taking every weekend off? I'm not trying to be mean or nasty, but this is the van game.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to replace you. Somebody's there to always take that load. And the Ukrainians and Russians, they don't care. Mom and dad are back home, or mom and dad are at the house making the bread for whenever they come home.
Mhm.
These guys work. They stay out there. That you won't even know when they're running. I seen the other day a sprinter was next to me in a lot. Box truck zoomed in, shook hands. They backed up to each other and they were shimmying loads. They're cross docking loads with each other.
Mhm.
They're doing stuff that like we just don't do. Some guys can try to do it, but it doesn't work out too well for them. But they're moving efficiently. The semi trucks, I mean, man, I've heard all kinds of stories in the semi trucks. I mean, I've heard the hotshot guys that do the auto carrying. They're taking those rental trucks
Mhm.
and they're taking them to New York somewhere and turning back the speedometers. I think there's gonna be a lot of guys going to jail. You might not hear about it, but they're doing a lot of crazy stuff. ELDs, they don't give a damn about those ELDs.
It's a
They
lot
got a
of
lot of tricks for those ELDs.
it's a lot of rental trucks that are stolen that are on the lam right now. This is why those stipulations were put into place, and that's why they keep making them steeper and harder and harder and harder. You know, a lot of guys that were running that had those high hopes of becoming a millionaire with their rental box truck, when times got hard, instead of them doing the right thing and taking the truck back, they just stopped answering those calls, and they're still running those loads. So eventually, they put the plates on, stolen. It goes on a hot sheet, and when the truck is out there running over the road, the state trooper got to get behind it. It ain't like it's running local, and that truck is running until a state trooper gets behind it, run those plates, and see that the truck is marked stolen. So there's a lot of people out here running with stolen trucks. This whole industry right now is just
Well, unless they run the VIN, they could have the same kind of truck that's got a blown engine and they just slap the plates on that one. Unless they run that VIN, they won't know that's the actual truck. You
unless
know.
unless they run the plates.
But that's what I'm saying. Let's say you have two 2018 Penske trucks,
Mm,
or one. I'll say you got one, and yours you blew the engine. You go and look for another 2018. You take your plates off yours and slap it on the stolen one, and you're running. Unless you pull the VIN number, yeah, they run the
yeah,
plate. Yeah, Mark's got a 2018 Penske. It's good.
yeah. So, is it worth getting a DOT if I have a 12-foot box truck? Me, I wouldn't even. I mean, if you have a 12-foot box truck, I guess you can run it like a van. If you don't have a 12-foot box truck, I wouldn't buy one. The
He has
12,
to.
huh?
He has to have DOT if he's going across the state lines.
But yeah, but I'm saying if he doesn't have the 12-footer, what I would recommend I would recommend instead, if you're eyeing a 12-footer, I would just go get a van. I would just go get a van. If you have a 12 footer and you plan on crossing state lines or you plan on doing something commercially, then yeah, by all means, go get it. You know, when who sells those 12 foot? U-Haul has a 10. I think Penske and Budget has the 12 footers. They designed those vans and patented those vans to do pretty much like dorm studio jobs. I just think if you're going to purchase a 12 footer, you might as well just get a van.
Not to mention they're going to burn more fuel.
It's going to burn more
A
fuel, even
12 footer
though
is going to hold 2 or 3 pallets, the same as a van, but the van's
right.
going to burn less.
So I mean, the body is the actual van. The 12 footer, the van is the same. It's just a van on a with a cutaway. You know what I'm saying? But you're hauling more, so you're gonna burn more fuel than you would be in the van. So if you get a GMC 12 foot 3500 van, it's the same as getting a GMC Savannah van, but you got the chassis on a box truck cutaway. But you're probably going to burn more fuel because you got that box built on that chassis and you can pull more, so you'll burn more fuel like that. But I wouldn't buy a 12 footer. But if you got one, just go ahead and get the DOT. If you plan on running commercially, would you go commercial with a 12 foot or just do gig work? See, here's the thing with the gig work, and I've been keeping my eye on it. Can't speak for GoShare. GoShare won't let me on the app because my trucks are older than what they allow. GoShare only allows trucks that are 15 years old or younger. As far as Roadie is concerned, I still haven't seen any box truck loads on Roadie or any other app. So if I had a 12 footer, if you know you can actually, I don't know where you're at, you can try going with Staples, not Staples, T-Force or Waco or Capstone, depending on who's in your market. And I would try to get that Office Depot or Staples. You can do good with that 12 footer. And in that case, you're going to need your authority. But anything else, I think it's just a weird shaped or just an oddly, just something that it's just not needed. It's just stuck in a space where obviously it's not enough truck for all this stuff that's over here, and then it's slightly overkill for all like the van stuff, and you may pay slightly higher insurance even though it's a van cutaway because of that box that's built on it. So unless you're going to do like office supply delivery, then I would try to gig work, but I still haven't seen any gig work for a box truck on none of these apps. And I'm in a big market. So
You know, I see a couple guys on YouTube and they keep talking about those little gig apps, and I see they're running around for $30, $60, $20. It's to me, it's I don't know. You're gonna be running around all day like a maniac
well, there's a lot of people that make a lot of money and upwards of 150, $200,000 running
in a
gigs
van.
in anything in a car. They're doing. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the ones that are doing it, they're foreigners. You know, they're sleeping in the bum lots. They're running food delivery apps. They're running retail app delivery. They're driving Uber. They're driving Lyft. They're doing anything gig based. So they have all these apps and whatever's popping, that's what they're rolling with for the day. If it's Amazon Flex, if it's Spark, if it's Uber, if it's Lyft, you know, it might be, let's say, New Year's Eve. So obviously everyone's going out. So obviously that day they'll drive Uber or Lyft. Then leading into Christmas, they're probably doing Walmart and Amazon Flex because people are ordering groceries because they're cooking for the holidays. So these guys are doing whatever is popping for the moment, and they're making money collectively across the board on multiple apps. But like you said, they're running all over the place. Now, I've been trying to do an experiment as far as the apps because I get a lot of questions. I get more questions about the apps and cargo vans than I do box trucks. I think once I introduced like cargo vans, it already existed, but when I introduced it to my channel as an easier alternative of entering into the space, because quiet is kept, you know, a lot of people can't afford to get into the box truck business. Man, the cost of entry right now is expensive. If I were entering into the space right now, I would probably hold off. These trucks are entirely still kind of high. I thought they were going to come down, but they're holding. They're holding. I had a wise guy told me, stop selling trucks. Hold on to the trucks you got. Stop selling them. Things are going to turn around. I said, well, man, my whole thing is people working. Hold on to the rest of them trucks. People going to have to come back to work eventually. So,
Yeah, I agree.
but here's the thing. Like, I see people doing like these gigs. Like, I see the same YouTube videos you see. Is this one guy running around? He's got the slogan. He's taking pictures. He's dropping food baskets off one day. He's doing Amazon one day. He's driving Uber this day. He's doing.
Does he yell and scream a lot?
I don't know. This guy is actually from here.
He's like real high energy, young dude.
Real high energy. He has a little rhythm. Take a picture, snap, bang. Then he runs off the porch.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
So that guy, I'm like, man, dude, this guy is all over the place. He got a lot of energy, and then he'll do what. Here's the thing, and I think he's dope. He's from here, so it's this. It's he'll have something, and everybody in the comments are like, man, what app is this? What app is this? And he makes it his business not to tell you what app he's using. He makes it his business to shoot the angles the right way so you don't know. And he never responds to nothing in the comment. Because he did a video where he's dropping off bags from the post office. And everybody wants to know what app this is he's using. And people are asking me. Because my homie, that was the reason why he showed me the video. Because he was like, man, this dude is from here, man. What app is this he's using? So I looked at the video. And I'm like, man, I don't know. Because I froze the video right. Like, you can see it, but you can't. But I can look at the colors and kind of tell from an angle like what app. I don't know, man. But, that guy's running around like a chicken with his head cut off. But
I mean, business is business. If he starts putting it out there, then he might have another 500 or 600 people compete with. If it's a newer app maybe and there's not too many people yet, he's in the beginning. But as things become more popular and everyone starts signing up for all this stuff, then yeah, you can have a lot of competition probably in your area.
Yeah. I mean, if you got information, give the information. I have information, I give the information. I think that I think that's a big part of the success of my channel and how it grew and it's continued to grow exponentially because I'm not withholding information back. Like, I'm not in competition with nobody. If I can give people the information, give people the information. Like, the information is there. Who am I to hold it from you? If I got information that a mass amount of people don't have and they come to the channel for information, I'm going to give you the information. I guess that's where the age generation gap comes in.
I think you got to look at it a different way, though, Mark. Let's say you got a broker. The broker, sometimes he's not going to use certain carriers because if you back solicit customers, he knows you're coming after his customers. And I know, like, some of the brokers are being a little leery also now because, especially with the foreign guys, they're finding out who the customers are and they have brokerages. So now they're trying to steal their customers. And it's almost like the same thing. Even with the app, those are kind of like your customers. For now, they're your customers. But if you start letting everybody know, then everybody's coming for your customers. I'm not saying not to share information, but that's a little bit your leg up in the game. If you got an app that's brand new and came out, maybe it's good and you're getting good loads from it, then God bless you.
But here's my rebuttal. You got an app. You're getting good loads from it. You do content where people are watching you use this app to make money. What good is it to the people? So are you just here for them to watch you run around and make money using the app?
That part I agree with you.
Like, what's the point? So that goes back to what we were talking about early when I started this live with, like, what's the purpose? What are people here for? The subscribers really need to pay attention and be aware to whom they're consuming content from and what their whole mission is in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So like, man, I don't know, man. I don't
It's
know.
it's just like the van guys. There's a lot of them that have channels. And the thing that drives me crazy about them, a lot of time they'll say, "Oh, I got this load," and showing the pallet going in the van. It's going this many miles, and I got this much money. But a lot of them don't tell you how much deadhead was involved. They don't tell you maybe they sat for 2 days. All they're doing is they're like pumping it up. I explained to one guy, listen, you got a good channel. I don't think you need to do that.
Hmm.
Your people on your channel, like when you stop and you're showing the scenery or you went to a park or this and that. Why do all the van guys they feel like, and I think you might have mentioned it, they feel like they got to prove something or make themselves popular by saying, "Look at me," and you really don't have to do it.
No, because I think like
And,
with.
and, and, and another bad thing, I mean, cut you off. Another bad thing a lot of guys do,
Mhm,
and they do this all across the industry, and a lot of new guys do this, is when they start showing those rate cons.
mhm.
Those brokers do not want you showing their rate cons. Their customers' information and stuff is on those rate cons. And if they gave you a good rate for that load, now the next guy figures it out and says, "Hey, you gave so and so this much. You're causing problems that you don't need to cause." You should not never show the rate cons to the public.
It's funny you said that because it's something I always thought about, not as far as the rate cons is concerned, but like all these channels that log into like Amazon and things of that nature. I've never talked about it, but I think eventually these companies are going to start cracking down on content creators as far as showing the boards, as far as like Amazon, as far as creators showing, their low board. Um, I think because one, it's not public information, right? Because if it was, you wouldn't have to sign up and get onboarded to get access to it. They
Correct.
keep it like that for a reason. It's their intellectual property and they don't want it displayed to the public. That's why they make you sign up and go through the proper onboarding, provide the proper credentials. You got to make they're going to make sure you got your insurances, your authority and things of that nature. And then you go and you show all this stuff and they have their own private load board. They don't want it displayed on public. I think eventually they're going to crack down on it, especially Amazon.
Now,
Especially
now look at
Amazon.
now look at this. Back to when we were talking about the apps. Those apps I'm talking about,
Mm-hmm.
they pull loads from 5 boards all the way up to DAT. They're using their software to pull loads from those boards. So let's say you're on Select This. They'll tell you we'll merge your system with our app. They're not allowed to do that. And that's another reason why a lot of them are getting in trouble. I know for a fact inside the Select This contract you cannot be doing stuff like that. They're
Yeah.
not even aware of it right now.
So basically that's just code. So if I build an app and and here's the thing, if these apps have access to the API, if these apps are providing API access for developers to build on top of their platform, then I think it's okay.
No,
If
no.
they're providing
They're
them.
you're
Go
the
ahead.
subscriber to the board. You're giving them access.
Oh, okay.
But inside Select This, it says you're not allowed to do that.
Okay, well then, yeah, because that's their intellectual property, and
Yes.
if they say that, then no, yeah, you can't do it. I thought you were speaking from like a developer standpoint, as far as creating another app and then sourcing the loads from another board, just writing code where if there's a load on this board, now it shows up on that board, and then they get a percentage or whatever, a cut if a person books it off their board. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I think
There, I can go back 3 years ago that we didn't have all these shenanigans. Even with posting, showing the load board, showing the rate cons. I can go back 3 years on YouTube. I don't remember seeing all this.
I wasn't
Did
on
you?
YouTube three. I wasn't on
No.
YouTube 3 years ago. I just started in April, but I've been researching last year, watching the videos, seeing why everybody's mad, and I see why everybody's mad, you know. But I mean, I think the logistics industry just 3 years ago, period, it was different because it wasn't popularized as it became over the pandemic. And you know, the logistics industry wasn't the only thing that was popularized. It was other industries that people popularized um, uh, throughout the pandemic, and a lot of people took advantage of people. People had money and they spent it frivolously, and people made money. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, in 2019, the industry wasn't the way it is now. A lot of people just, man, I'm telling you, we're in this culture now where everybody wants to be their own boss. So any industry where a person can enter, all right, and start their own business, are the industries that people are entering. And you know, there's no due diligence that's being done. You know, the way you would enter a business 10 years ago is not the way people are entering into a business now. And then with the whole trucking thing, as far as from the box truck side, the cost of entry is really, really expensive. So that's why a lot of people are going that van route, because the cost of entry is a lot less expensive. And even still, and this guy wasn't on live tonight. He was on live last Sunday. I don't remember if you were on live last. You were on my live last Sunday, right?
I think I popped in and popped out.
Remember
I
the
was doing something.
guy? Remember the guy who came on the live and he was asking how should he buy the van, and I told him, and everybody in the chat was like, "Yeah, he's right. Listen to Mark." Blah blah blah. This guy goes and does the opposite the very next day. So this is just a testament to everything that I've been saying. You know, people, you know, they're so, I don't want to use the word thirsty. They're just so anxious to get into anything where they can say, oh, I think people get more satisfaction out of saying that they're their own boss um, than they would get for satisfaction if they put the work in to make the company successful and reap the benefits from it. Just the fact that they can say, oh man, I got my LLC, I got my van, or I got my truck, I'm my own boss. And then they can sit on the hood of that van or sit on the hood of that box truck and take that infamous Instagram picture, started my box truck business like this, you know,
Yeah.
and put that picture up so they can get those likes and then all those comments and all the strong arm emojis and I think they get more satisfaction out of that than the thought of, okay, step one complete. Now, how do I build this, scale this, and sell this? And that's what I'm going to start talking about. I'm going to start talking from an aspect like, man, I'm like these guys, man, they be thinking so small minded. I'm going to start speaking from an aspect where people need to start building, scaling, and selling. Nothing lasts forever, and people got to think like real business people. And you know, get in, get your money, and get the hell out. And get the hell out, and make sure you get out with some money, man. So,
I remember about a year and a half ago. I mean, I'm in a lot of groups, trucking groups, van groups, box truck groups. I remember maybe about a year and a half ago, you couldn't, maybe every hour of the day there was posts coming. I got my truck. I got this. I got this load. I'm going here. I'm going there. You know, and I would just put little comments. Check back with us in 6 months,
mm-hmm,
or I'd ask them, especially the box truck guys, say, "You got your ELD?" You
mm-hmm,
know,
mm-hmm.
don't worry about me and blah blah this and that. And I already know. You know, now it's quiet.
Oh
You
yeah,
barely hear anything.
well yeah, it's quiet. I mean, and you know, I pay attention to a lot of channels, and I see the numbers are declining, and the people like even come to my channel, like I'm seeing more just complaining. They're not complaining to me because like I said, I wasn't around then. I didn't have a mentorship or none of that. It's just more they're expressing frustration in the comment section about, you know, like companies that I profile. So they'll go to a US pack and be like, oh, this company is trash, and so I know somebody they didn't get paid, or oh, a laser ship is garbage. They have you running 12 hours a day and you only get paid $300, and it's just like people are scrambling right now to find a solution to their problem, and just there's just so much anger and hate and frustration because people didn't enter in correctly and their overhead is so high, and instead of them trying to find a solution for their problem, they're just complaining. It's just a lot of complaining right now. So it's quiet or complaining, quiet or complaining, and finger pointing and blame placing instead of taking responsibility and holding themselves accountable for the decisions they made as a so-called business owner, man. And you know,
Did you say some earlier? Somebody was complaining on Kirk's channel or something. I missed it.
Kirk did a live where he just called out another YouTuber. He called out another YouTuber. I'm not going to
Which one
say
was it, or
who.
you don't want to say? Oh no.
I mean, it's the one person that everybody has it. Well, the one person that has an issue with everybody. So Kirk.
That's the bigger channel of you guys.
That's the Amazon King guy. So Kirk.
Oh,
Kirk
him. I
called
never
him
really
out.
watched him.
Yeah, Kirk called him out earlier tonight. So
again, huh?
that was the first time he called him out.
Oh,
he did, his whole 2 hours was just going in on him. So, but yeah, but you know, I've been there and done that. So basically, when I started my live tonight, mine was based on a lot of the up and coming new guys and some of the up and coming older guys, not like the big older guys, but like some of the guys that came on the scene earlier this year who are, you know, in that period now where they're still got some skin in the game, but because the rates are down and things aren't maturing in a positive fashion with their truck, they come to the internet to try to make that YouTube check. And the best way, I guess, people think to draw in traffic is to create some type of controversy. And that's just not the best way. And I can try to educate these guys, but they don't want to hear from me because they look at me like competition. And I don't look at them like competition. I say, yo, you got to understand, this ain't an entertainment niche. People that's coming to YouTube for box truck or cargo van info, whether they're coming doing their due diligence or not, they're coming for one thing, and it's information. All right, they're not coming for entertainment. And these guys want to be entertaining and worry about what other people are doing and count other people's pockets and all that instead of focusing on what they should be focused on. The main thing they should be focusing on is their truck. You know what I'm saying? And then when you put out content on YouTube, if you're not tenured in the space where you can speak from a level of experience based on years, then the only other thing you can really do is showcase your journey. All right, but showcase your journey in the dopest way possible. And I think people will accept that and acknowledge it and take heed to it. You know, if I sit up here and try to tell people like, look, after a while, you can only tell a person about this box truck thing. It's like, okay, it's either you get it or you don't. You tell them how to get in, the basic information about getting their authority, their insurances and all that stuff. You may speak on some current event topics from here to there. And then other than that, you're just saying the same thing over and over and over in a different way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So eventually, if you garner an audience, right? If you do garner an audience, eventually, if you're good enough, they're no longer coming to really hear what you have to say. For as far as the box truck information, they're just coming for you. But I don't think a lot of people in this space really get that. You know what I'm saying? There's only so much you can say. So what happens when they run out of content, they want to start talking about people to get attention. But if you just be you, eventually they're just going to come for you anyway. I don't give a damn what you're talking about. It was people in my chat earlier tonight talking about other stuff that didn't have nothing to do with box trucking. But I started a conversation. We did a dialogue and it kind of veered off. I brought it back, right? It veered off, but I'm sitting here holding 60, 70, 80 people on the earlier part of this live, just talking. And even when it veered off of box trucking, they were still here. You see what I'm saying?
A
I
lot
don't
of
have
these,
to, but
a lot of these guys also that get onto YouTube, you know, you can. I'm subscribed every time I see a new one. I'll subscribe to them if I came across them, and you can
mhm,
look back and maybe like 3 4 months they haven't posted anything.
mhm,
They run out of content. A lot of
mhm,
them, like we're talking, we're conversating.
mhm.
A lot of them, they can't have a conversation. They don't have anything to talk about. They started the channel, but now they lost interest in it, and they don't have any more content. They don't know what to talk about. They're trying to talk about a pig roast. Now they're trying to talk about delivering freight. You know, you gotta either you can do it or you can't do it. It's like the trucking industry. Either you can do it or you can't do it.
Right.
And
But
everybody, they get all excited in the beginning, like a little kid got a new toy. But then when the toy gets boring, they throw it away.
right. And this is an industry, I think this is a niche that is still open. It's open for the taking. You know what I'm saying? It's a small niche, but I think it's still open. It's open for the taking. And I think if a person really took the time and broaden their horizons, they'll be able to create content. You know what I'm saying? But, plagiarizing other people's content and finding people to, go after and all this other stuff they're doing, it's not really, because I look at the analytics. I look at the demographic. YouTube has a really good analytics database. Like you can pretty much see the analytics down to male, woman, age,
Yeah, I see
category,
them.
all that. Like I know what my demographic is. I got an older demographic. My demographic is
You ever
older. So
you ever compare the computer with the mobile analytics to see what you if you have more mobile or more computer?
I got more I don't really look at that analytics. I pay attention more to the age, location, age, and I watch the watch time. So I see like, where the tipping point is, like how long people watch the video and where it falls off at, and then I
Yeah.
try to correct it. But like lately for like the past month and a half, I really haven't been putting out videos. I've been doing more lives because I understand. And this is what separates me from that's why I don't get caught up in all that stuff. See, me, I'm smart. I understand that. Look, I'm in a trucking niche. So when do people listen to this stuff? I have more people that listen to me overnight when they're driving. I pay attention. I see if I do a live and I have some lines that I have 100 and some people, some lines that I have 40, some that I have 80, whatever. Okay, boom. I'll see when that live cuts off. I'll see how many views it has. By the time I go to bed, wake up in the morning, it's either double or triple. And then I see the comments. And the comments
Because
will
the
be like, man,
drivers are
listen
watching.
to this while I'm driving on the route.
That's why I was asking about the cell phone, because if you see a lot of cell phone, it's probably the
Right.
drivers.
I'm gonna look at that demographic. So I understand my demographic and I also pay attention to when they're listening, and I understand they're listening when they're driving. So doing these live interactions, it's like a podcast where I start my Tuesday night podcast because just talking, people like listening because they're driving. Not everybody wants to listen to the radio. So even just us engaging and having conversation, the stuff I talked about earlier, it may spark an interest in somebody. You know what I'm saying? I listen to podcasts. You know what I'm saying? I need inspiration sometimes. Sometimes I get through entrepreneurs block. You know what I'm saying? And that's what these guys not doing. But when you sit up there and try to tell them something, they don't want to listen. And I'm speaking about these upcoming guys. There's a lot of upcoming guys that's popping in my recommended, and then they targeting, and I'm a new guy. But they, the way they're trying to get this notoriety, they're going about it the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? People come to this box truck thing for information. And most of the people that come for this information are a certain age category. They're not 18, 19, 20. They're like 35 and up.
Listen, I had even on my side, I think I mentioned it weeks ago, I had this guy, he's 60 some years old. I know who he is in the industry, and he's a washout. He never had his own authority or anything. He wanted to start giving all these lessons and this and that. And come to the Expediter show. We're going to teach you how to do this and how to do that. And, he got a smaller van, a Ford Transit. This is how you do the heater. This is how you do this. And he would always bring up my name every once in a while. And I wasn't even making any videos. I wasn't saying nothing. I'm just watching like this is an idiot. Okay. Then after the Expediter show, he kind of like was quiet a little bit. Then all of a sudden, he had to get a foot operation. Then he had to get the other foot operation. Then, oh, I'm selling my van. Then he did a video on, he was at, I don't know, the Goodwill store or something. This is how you buy stuff and you can make money on eBay. So now he's doing eBay. Another month passes, the van is sold. Now he's a Lyft driver. Now he wants to do Lyft videos. And I'm like, this guy made a YouTube channel. Even he used to say he made the YouTube channel. He doesn't make any money from it. Then why are you making these stupid videos? You don't have anything better to do with your time?
I think some people, they just keep creating different channels until they catch something that catches on, and then that's what they ride with until they can't ride it no more. So even with that, a lot of guys exited the box truck space, and they also exited their YouTube channel. You see what I'm saying? So I think a lot of people just feel duped. But yeah, I get it. You see a lot of these guys, if you go really look at the history of their page, they're all over the place. They
Hey,
don't know how
somebody's
to
got to.
they don't know how to curate content. I see where this space is going. I understand, the sentiment is no longer there, but I'm doing content right now to broaden people's horizons as far as the box truck space, saying, you know what, use this as a stepping stone. Don't make this your end all be all. Don't go into it with the thought of,
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna start this business and I'm gonna retire from this business. Because if you do, you're a damn fool. You know what I'm saying? So let me ask you,
Jem Massey's got a question.
what do you think is the top 3 cargo sprinter vans on a $20,000 budget? Thanks, but I'll answer and then you can answer. I'm gonna be honest with you. $20K, you're looking at a Ford Transit Connect. You're looking at a Ford Transit T150. You can probably find one for about 18,000 with a few years on it, over 100,000 miles. You're looking at a Chevy Express 1,500. Damn near 200,000 miles, probably about 5 or 6, 7 years old, 175, 180,000 miles, damn near 20 grand. Like, vans really hold their value really, really well. They always have. Right now with the inflation, not only are they holding their value, they're holding their value well, and then you gotta put inflation on top of that. My honest opinion, I purchased one van in my tenure. I did purchase a van in my tenure, and I told the story before, but I know I got a lot of new subscribers. When I was looking for a van, I was looking for a pre-driven van. All these vans were 5, 6, 7 years old. They had damn near 200,000 miles, and they were going for 22, 23,000. 7 years old, 6 years old, 180,000 miles, going for 22,000, while a new van was 28. So I paid the $6,000 more, bought the new van, and the $6,000 got ate up in rebates. So I would really look. If 20,000 your budget, I really, 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 really look. I don't know what you're planning to do. If you're planning to do like expediting, like Axel does, then 20,000 is not going to be enough. Because you're definitely going to need a 250, 2,500. You're definitely going to need a high roof. You're definitely going to need an extended wheelbase. So
let me answer that a couple ways. We use 3 vans. Mercedes Sprinter 2,500. We do not use any vans with dualies. Some guys do, but the problem is you have to build up the floor.
Right.
What happens is when you have the dually, the wheel wells are too close and you can't fit that pallet in between.
Right.
So the first one is Mercedes 2,500, usually extended. Second van is the ProMaster 2,500, the 250, the Transit 250, usually extended, or the T350, but not dually. The next one is the ProMaster 2,500 or the 3,500, preferably extended. And you're going to hear a lot of guys say which van is the best. From what I've seen as being in as long as I have, the Mercedes 2,500 to me is the best, and I'm going to explain why.
But you're saying the best.
And
He
I'm going to
said
explain why.
on a $20,000 budget. See, none of those
I
vans
know
you named.
I know I'm going to get to that part too.
Okay.
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 Because a lot of guys, when they start asking about the vans, they want to know about the vans too.
All right.
So to me, the Mercedes 2500 is the best. It was designed to do this kind of job, but you cannot overweight it. You will bust the axle. If you get the Mercedes 2500 extended, it's the longest and the biggest out of all of them. The complaint you will hear is a lot of guys say the maintenance costs. But guys that have been in this a long time, when that Mercedes is out of warranty, I'm not saying go do it, but a lot of guys will go get the DEF system removed. I've seen those Mercedes vans run over 1 million miles. So if you're in for the long haul, I believe the best value is the Mercedes. A lot of the foreign guys will only get the Mercedes. They love the diesels. They know how to work on them. It's not a big deal to them. Second is the Transit. And it's really everyone's choice. I'm not saying which one is better and which one is worse. The second one is the Transit. A lot of guys like the Transit. They have some problems too. All vehicles have problems, whether they're new or used, or if it was the first year when that model came out, you might have a lot of problems. The Transit 250 is rear-wheel drive. The Mercedes 2500 is rear-wheel drive. You see a lot of ProMasters. The one thing about the ProMaster, it's front-wheel drive. And anyone who knows, front-wheel drive in the snow is a lot better than rear-wheel drive.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of guys will sit there and say the ProMaster is a piece of junk. It has problems, it has this, it has that. I have a guy, he's got a 2018 ProMaster 3500. He bought it brand new. He's got over 500,000 miles on it. He changed the transmission when he first got it at 15,000 miles. It had a defect, but he bought it new. It had the warranty. It didn't cost him anything. It got replaced. Now, Gemesi's asking 20K small budget. I think maybe late winter, maybe early spring, you might get lucky. I think there might be some cheap vans. There's some that are starting to pop on the market. But the problem is now you're going to have to be very careful because a lot of guys have been abusing these vans, running these cheap rates and not doing maintenance. If you have good credit, and it's up to you, but if you have 20K, what I would do is wait till the new van starts to slide down a little bit, those prices. And I would take 10K of that 20K and put it on a new van, and that other 10K, I will leave it on the side for emergency. That's what I would do. And I would not pay more for a van. Let them get down to between 40 and 50,000 again. Keep in mind, when you're running expedited freight, if you're doing it normally, you can easily put 100,000 miles a year on that van. So if you put down 10,000, let's say you got $1,000 a month payment, you're at 36,000 over 3 years, plus the 10 you put 46,000. You want to try to keep that van within the 3 years and have it paid off. Now, just because it's paid off 3 years later and you have problems doesn't mean you go and buy another new one. Take care of everything. Take care of the shocks, the brakes, the tires, the lights, the everything. When the engine or tranny blows, whatever the tranny or engine is, 5 to 10,000, that's all you change. You don't buy a whole nother new van. You already have the van. You'll see vans out there that got 500,000 miles and they look like they're brand new because guys take care of them. In the van game, you have to take care of the van. You have to do the oil changes. The windshield cracks, you got to change it. The tires start to get bald, you're supposed to do your oil change and rotate those tires after every second or third oil change.
Right.
Let those tires wear evenly. Don't abuse the van. Don't take the corners doing 60, 70 miles an hour. Your tires make you money. You should be able to get ease on the tires they give you, at least on the ProMaster I know of, and probably the Transit, you can get 60, 70,000 miles easily out of them. They're not the best tires. It's all about the cost. In the vans, we have lower costs than the trucks, but we can lose the van quicker too because people abuse them. But 20K small budget, used van, I don't see it.
Okay, that's what I was waiting to hear.
I know, I just don't see it. But if you have the credit, I would take 10 of the 20. I wouldn't give them the whole 20. I would take 10, put in a new one, not now. Wait till the market drops down. They already have a problem with new vehicles. They're not moving.
I don't
So,
know what he wants to do though. That's why I'm saying 20K. He can get a Transit Connect, a Transit 150. He can get a Chevy or a GMC 1500. A couple years, damn near 200,000 miles. But yeah, like all those vans, he was just saying. That's why I didn't name none of those. You're not gonna get none of that for under
yeah, it
20.
depends what he wants to do. But just in case, he might think, he's going to get a van and start doing courier work or something. He might say, this is not for me. I need to start carrying some pallets. And
Yeah, I
now he's
mean,
stuck with that other van.
if he's doing carrier work, then yeah, he can get a 1500 for under 20,000 easy. But yeah, if he wants to do pallets, then no, no, it ain't gonna work. How many miles is just way too many on cargo vans, 1626 foot trucks that are used. When I was purchasing trucks, 175 was my limit across the board. 175.
Okay. Let me answer something. I got a
Mm,
van right now. It's a 2013 Mercedes. I'm going to buy off somebody for 12,000.
mm-hmm,
It's very well taken care of. Brand new tires, new AC, inverter, everything loaded. I've known the guy ever since I got into Expedite.
mm-hmm.
It has 400,000 miles. Would you buy it?
Me personally,
12,000.
no. Mercedes, you said, right?
Mercedes.
No, I wouldn't buy it. If I'm going to buy a van now, if I was going into the market right now to buy a van, I would buy a new one.
I'm
That's
going to
me
buy it.
personally. I know you're going to buy it.
I'm going to buy it. I know what I know the van. I know what it'll do. I won't lose money on the van. I'll put it to you that way.
Yeah, as long as
And the upgrades that are in it's worth it. But it depends, like I said, who you buy it off of too. I had a guy 3 years ago try to sell me a van that had 200,000 miles on it. He said, you
mhm.
can just take it and start making payments. I said, nah, I'm not interested. He had another guy sign some deal to buy it and everything, and in 1 month it broke down. So I didn't know the van. You see
what
what happens?
what are you going to do? Put somebody in it?
Now I'm going to keep it for me as spare.
Right, because it's
Maybe
just
it'll
you.
be
You're not
maybe it'll be
running.
the YouTube van.
You're not running anybody right now, right? It's just you, right?
One team I am running right now. One team. I'm not looking for any guys either right now. I just don't want to deal with the headache. I
Yeah.
actually have another guy.
Hmm.
He's actually an airlines pilot. He has a couple vans. He asked me earlier tonight if we could do some kind of deal where I could move his vans. But I told him we got to talk. I got to think about it because the van game as far as dispatching and stuff goes, it's a morning to night gig. It's not just when I first got into the game,
Hmm.
I had a guy, he dispatched trucks and semis. And then I was one of his van guys, and I would finish, and I need another one. Finish, and I need another one. He'd say, "Listen, I don't know, you van guys are like drug addicts." I said, "Well, I'm definitely not no drug addict." He says, "You're constantly looking for loads." He says, "A truck, I can book a load, and I don't need to talk to him for 2 days." And that's the difference to vans. If you're going to dispatch or have your own authority and run these vans, you have to understand morning to night. Somebody's got to be taking care of those vans.
That's why I
That's why
always.
a lot of the foreign guys do good because they can have a dispatch center and one girl will take care of 5, 6 vans alone.
Here he is. I'm late. Been busy. What up, though, man? We was just talking. I wanted you to come up and tell what you did. Oh man, Axel came off. Where'd you go, Axel? Axel disappeared. I guess his phone might have died. But I think Axel's phone died. Hold on. But yeah, we was talking about you as far as I wanted you to talk about that little situation you did. I dropped that link. I'm gonna bring Axel back up, but if you want to come and because man, I just really, really, really want to know why you did that. Yeah, I figured his battery died. I want to stay on the courier site in Ohio. Great info, fellas. Salute. JNC, appreciate you checking us out. How much is too much to pay for commercial insurance? That's one of those answers. It's kind of hard to give you without having any information. Um, commercial insurance is going to vary on a plethora of things. The year of the truck. You got a newer truck or older truck. How old are you? Obviously, the younger you are, you're gonna pay for being younger. Um, a bunch of other things. So I need to know like what type of truck it is, what year is the truck, how old are you, what's on your motor vehicle report. Are you going to list additional drivers on the policy? If you are going to list additional drivers, how many? What's the status of their MVR? All these things play into how much money your insurance is going to cost. They're going to link. What's going on, though? What's going on? All right, so Axel going to come back up. I'm going to rap with him for a little bit more. And then I'm going to get out of here until Thursday. Thursday, I got a real cool topic I'm going to talk about. I'm not going to put it out until probably maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. And then I'm bringing my Tuesday night podcast back for everybody that's in that mentorship program, that free mentorship. It starts on the 22nd of January. I've been working on it, a 4-week mentorship where we're going to meet every Sunday, all paid for by me for free. So no paid mentorships. I'm doing them free. I did 15. So starts on the 22nd. If anybody's in here that's a part of that mentorship. Starts on the 22nd. If anybody's in here that's a part of that upside down. Or maybe I can turn you. Starts on the 22nd. Yo, what'd you do different, man?
I'm upside down?
Yep, you did something different.
Man, it's always something with this.
You're on your phone, right?
Let me see here. Yeah, should wrote. It's on my phone. It's right.
There you go.
Is it fixed now?
Yeah, it's fixed.
No, let me see.
There you go, man. There you go.
Still good?
Yep, you good. 22-year-old.
Wow. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, you good.
There we go. You can hear me?
Yeah, 22-year-old, 2015, 26-foot truck, clean MVR. Your insurance is going to be high. I can't give you an exact number, but it's going to be high because of your age. It's going to be kind of hard to gauge. I don't know what state you're in, but it's going to be up there because you're 22 years old. So it's just something that you're not going to be able to conquer. It's going to be over $1,000. I tell you that much.
What state is he in?
He's in. Oh, he's here. He's here.
Yeah, you would know your state.
Yeah, why don't you DM me and then I'll forward you my broker's information. My broker can write you because you're here. My broker is licensed for Illinois. DM me and then I can just refer you to my broker. And then he can write you up a quote. He's a farmer's broker, but the company that he writes for is called Southland. They can write anywhere. But the cool thing about my broker is he's going to really shop your company. You got to give him some time, but he's going to shop you and he's going to find the best rate for you. But it's going to be slightly higher because of your age. But if you DM me, I'll put you in tune with my broker tomorrow. That's what we do over here, man.
What did It's have to say?
Who?
It's Walk. I sent him my email last time. He never did email me.
Yeah, he was too busy buying vans under his personal name.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, man.
Hey, that's another thing too we were discussing earlier tonight too. When these guys go to get these vans and stuff, well, at least if it's a new van, you gotta let them know you have a motor carrier authority, or you're gonna be paying those taxes. A lot of guys don't know about that either.
I think when he went in there, I think he probably was stereotyped, and they just didn't want to. They didn't want to sell him the van under the business, and that it's clear they didn't want to sell him the van under the business because he bought it personal under his personal, and they didn't require any payment information, no check stub, no nothing. So it was just clear they didn't want to sell it to him under the business for whatever reason. I don't
New
know.
van?
The brand? No, it wasn't a new van. It was a. He's on here. It was pre-driven. It was probably like 2 or 3 years old. I think it was like a 19 or 18 or yeah.
Yeah,
He's on.
majority of the time, unless that business is established and separated, they're going to go by your personal credit anyways.
He bought a Transit 250, but he could have personally guaranteed it, regardless of whether the business was established or not. No credit history. He could have personally guaranteed it. It's the same
Yeah, yeah,
thing.
you're right.
It's the same thing. If they sold him the van straight out on his personal, what's the difference between him personally guaranteeing? If the business folds, they're gonna come after him anyway. Just like they're gonna come after him if he don't pay it under his personal. But I don't know. If the first place didn't play ball, then shoot, go to another place. But it is what it is. I know what he went through because I've been through it before. I went through it a couple of times. A lot of places will stereotype you. A lot of places don't want to deal with businesses for other reasons. It's a lot of people creating LLCs and corporations and burning them up. So a lot of companies are leery of that. So it is what it is.
Well, if it's a used car lot, anyways, you never know what they're up to.
He said sounds accurate. I would bring them up. I tried to bring them up last week, but he said wasn't acting right. But I think they stereotyped it. They didn't want to go directly under the business, and they sold it to him under the personal. Same situation. I personally would just went somewhere else, but it just goes back to what I was saying earlier. And and he's here. We talking to DM, and it is what it is. I understand people, to get excited to get into this space, but you can't be too excited that it causes you to make hasty, um, hasty decisions. Because a salesman is going to prey on that. They can see that you're a novice. They can see, yo, I got him. He's gonna go. I think if we push him this way, he gonna go regardless. He's gonna go
Yeah.
regardless. So they're gonna take advantage of the situation. And I just think
You know, earlier you brought up another thing too, and I forgot. You were talking about the young guys with wearing their belt and pulling up their pants and stuff.
Mhm.
I thought that was kind of funny. And I think all the young guys need to realize when they come, whether it's van or truck or semi or all this, it's like a chameleon job. Some jam shorts and all that stuff, But you wanna be better than the other guys. The way I look at it, when you come on the road, don't look like the guys wearing the flip flops and stuff. Because a lot of these shippers, believe it or not, they have personal connections with these brokers, and they do talk. And they'll go back to them and say, "Listen, who's this bozo driver you sent me? I don't ever want to see this driver on my property again." So you gotta, I, bunch of them are a bunch of jerks and assholes and this and that. But when you show up, show like you're a doctor, and just pick your freight. Hey, how's it going, guys? Joke with them, get a little conversation, get loaded, and you don't have to give them all the honey, but act like a pro, and they're gonna look at you like a pro.
I think the foreign guys just always wear flip flops because that's
They
just I don't know.
always wear flip
I
flops.
just I just think that's just their thing. But you know, American guys, especially the urban guys, I just don't think I
now,
think that I,
now I will tell you this: when you drive that van, we drive long miles. Your
mhm.
feet are gonna suck in those shoes. So after you're loaded or you're not, if you're loading or unloading, put on some shoes, at least sneakers. When you're driving, you want to wear flip flops, go ahead. I wouldn't recommend flip flops because they can get hung up or they can slip off when you go to hit the brakes.
Mhm.
Maybe a light slip on shoe because your feet are going to get sweaty and suck all day in those socks and those shoes. But when you go into the shipper or receiver, if something happened, trust me, you drop that pallet or they set that pallet on your toe, you're gonna be missing a toe.
These places shouldn't even let them in if they got flip flops on.
A lot
But
of them they don't catch them right away. Some you just go to the window, but if you go to walk inside and they see it, yeah, that summer, especially the
mhm.
auto industry, you walk on the property. I went to one. It wasn't auto, but I went last week and I parked in the lot. I ran in the door and I didn't even make it past the metal detector. He said you need vest. I said, oh man. I said, okay, 2 seconds. I ran back to the van, got my vest. After I come back in door, I literally had to walk 5 feet to check in with the lady, and then boom, got my paperwork, and I was out.
Mm.
But it's their rules. It's
Yeah,
their property, it's their business.
yeah, yeah. It is what it is. But these guys, these urban guys, these American guys that don't wear the belts and things like that. That's just a mindset thing, and no one's coaching these guys, and they don't want to be coached. So it is what it is, and that's part of the reason why in 2021 I just say I'm not looking for nobody else, man. I'm not looking for nobody else. I'm not dealing with it. People I got left, we're gonna ride the thing till the wheel fall off, and I'm gonna sell. I got a network for my moving company. I've been in business since 2010. So I got a 13 going on 14-year network of clientele, which is worth more than the equipment. You know what I'm saying? 13
Hmm.
years of clientele, that network is worth more than the equipment. So a lot of people don't have money right now, but I'm thinking about just selling, um, and just saying the hell with it. No, I'm serious. I'm serious because I don't have the passion. It's not there anymore. It's
I'll,
not
I'll be
there
honest
anymore.
with you. I'll be honest with you. I might be switching the bloodsucker and going the broker route.
Really?
Yeah, what do I need drivers for and all? I mean, I'll keep the carrier authority active just in case. But I made a lot of connections over my time and good people. I have another bigger brokerage that asked me if I wanted to be an
But
agent for them.
but
So I'm
but
kind of like talking to a few people, but you get a little bit more freedom too, I
but,
believe.
but why would you go broker when brokers are going to be replaced? I'm telling you, artificial
I don't think.
intelligence is going to replace. They're already replacing brokers. We don't need humans to. You can write mathematical code to put a price on two pallets from Chicago to Detroit. It doesn't require a human. It doesn't even require human interaction. So why risk something like that you can be
Uh,
replaced?
Listen, I'm 50, so I think we got still a good 10 more years.
You think so?
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think.
you're still gonna need brokers to go
Well, you
talk and
listen.
set it up and put it in the system.
You
And
already got two major digital load boards. Two major digital load boards. Convoy is one, right? And then RXO just launched. It's a digital load board. RXO XPO is the third largest trucking company in the country.
bunch of cheap dogs.
But here's the thing: artificial intelligence is running that board. Oh, you got another one. I forgot. Uber Freight. They were one of the pioneers to. They were, if not the first, to do a digital load board. The only thing RXO and Convoy did is come with more up to date technology.
Hmm.
Even if you counter the load, the AI has a counter price for your counter. It's all built in the code. And if you don't accept it, someone will. Like, it doesn't take a human to interact with a driver any longer. It doesn't take it. You're gonna just be going back and forth with the
Well,
code.
that's what I'm saying. No, I don't think it's gonna, as you say, get rid of the brokers. It might cut down on a lot of agents, and I think a lot of the agents maybe might become more like data entry clerks.
I disagree. I think the big dog brokers have the funding to have developers build a digital load board out that's going to be ran by AI for them. And then everybody, yeah, obviously you're gonna have brokers, you know what I'm saying, but they have to conform to what the new norm is, you know. So CH Robinson, the guys who don't have um, these digital load boards yet, CH Robinson has the funding. They're probably working on it, just haven't introduced it yet. But like all these other small time guys, they're done. They're done. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think 5, 10 years. Actually, I'm gonna be honest with you. I say 5, maybe less. Technology is moving real fast. The technology is already there. It's already out there.
The the only reason why I would worry about that is with the rates. There'll be no negotiating, and it'll be a bad thing.
But it's already out there. That's what I'm saying. Convoy, you got Uber Freight, now you got RXO. So you got two two leaders in the space. RXO being the big dog. You
Hmm.
talking about number three. Number three. So I think the technology is there. I think it's I think before 10 years. I think before 10 years, man. I, and the reason why I say that is because everybody thinks like how you're thinking. I used to think like that too. And you got to look at all the other companies that think like that. Like I like watching old interviews. Um, I'm like fascinated with watching old interviews because I lived through this time period, but I was too young to realize I was living through the time period. But I remember the time period, so I like going back watching old interviews on when the internet started back like in 1991, and like Jay Leno or Johnny Carson and David Letterman would interview like Bob Gates and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, and they would talk about the internet and they'd crack jokes on everything that we're doing now. They would crack jokes on how it wasn't going to be. And here we are.
Yeah, I
And
can
there's a
see
bunch
that.
of companies. There's a bunch of companies that did the same thing and they're no longer here because they allowed technology. They just couldn't see it. They couldn't believe it, and even though it was right in front of their face, and these guys were developing this stuff, they just were stuck in their own ways, and technology put them out of business. I see the technology; it's already
Hey,
here.
Maria's got a question.
What is some good advice for an owner operator with a 16-foot box truck? I get asked this question every weekend or every week when I do a live. So I always answer it because there's always new people to the channel. So the 16 foot to me, the way I look at it is like a middle kid, middle child. It's just ignored. It's ignored. It doesn't have a place. It's either too much for what van work, van work, final mile, cargo, expediting, gig, and then it's not enough truck for everything else. Amazon, middle mile OTR, final mile big and bulky furniture and appliance delivery. It had a place in the 2010s in the early adoption phase of the boom of e-commerce, but now with all the gig work there is, with the boom of e-commerce, from a small parcel side, all that work is done pretty much in vans and personal vehicles for people who are running that stuff in
The,
their car.
uh,
The,
on our side, the big vans usually can carry what those 16 footers can carry. The only main reason they ask for that 16-foot box truck is usually if it's dock high. If that truck isn't even dock high, it's not even to me worth even getting because most of the vans, like the big extended Mercedes Sprinter, is going to carry 4 pallets.
right. But you can
So
you can do some work with a 16 footer. It's limited. A lot of exercise equipment work. I always say Select Express. They have plenty of opportunity for a 16-foot box truck, but you got to be mechanically inclined. Some of that work may require a second person. All of it, pretty much, you have to be. Well, not all of it. A lot of it, you got to be mechanically inclined. They got Bye Bye
let me ask
Baby.
her something.
Yeah.
Maria, let me ask you this first of all. What state are you going to run this truck out of, and what year and how many miles does it have?
She said she can make it dock high. Don't worry. So she probably got She probably want to run OTR. She said she can make it. Oh, she's here too, Illinois.
What year is the truck and how many miles? Oh, it's a new one.
5K miles. So she want to run OTR.
What is it, a ProMaster?
What part of Illinois are you in? Are you in the Chicago area? Are you in the Chicago area or where are you at? 2019.
South side, she said.
Oh, south suburbs. Why don't you look at this company? It's called Veterans Distribution. They got work for a 16-foot box truck. You can go there. They got a bunch of accounts. They'll load you up every day. It's in Hillside. This company is called Veterans Distribution. Or you can look at another company, Don't Shoot the Messenger or the Delivery Authority, same company. They're farther out. I would try Veterans Distribution first. It's a local company. They got a bunch of contracts. They got staples. They got liquor contracts. They got cabinet contracts. So they'll make sure you have enough work for your truck. It won't probably be streamlined to one account. So you may have some liquor stops. You may have some staple stops. You may have some cabinet stops. They also have a nonstop cross docking. It's an account I used to have. So with that, you got HD Supply, you got Home Depot, you got Wayfair, and a plethora of other things. It may require you to have two guys, um, but they have accounts that only require one person as well. So I would try Veterans Distribution if I were you. I didn't know you were here. So since you're here for a 16-foot box truck, that's where I would try. Let me go back up because I gotta answer. As a beginner, any dispatching courses you recommend, or should I use YouTube University trying to gain knowledge on how to secure loads? I'm not recommending any courses for anybody else that I haven't read or looked into. I'm not gonna be that guy. Nobody gonna be pointing no finger at me. So
Let me answer this one from Petty. But before I answer that question, Petty, let me ask you a question. Do you have your own authority? And how long if you do? We get charged by the minute on here. You gotta hurry up. Okay, how old is your authority? Okay, listen, you're gonna have a very hard time. One of the main boards is Selectus. You have to sign minimum a 1 year contract. It's gonna cost you between 450 to 550 a month to have that board. Nobody's gonna know you on there. A lot of the companies you got to have 30 to 90 days authority. Some of the bigger brokerages on Selectus, you got to have 1 year. Okay, so my personal opinion, you better wait till that authority age is at least 6 months or more. And right now, like we were discussing earlier in the show, it's not a good time. So you're going to be competing. You can put a bid in on a load, and there probably is 50 other bids on that load. Nobody knows you. Why would they give you the load? I take loads all the time because they know me. They don't want to take a chance. I might charge 20 cents more a mile, but they know me. You'll be new, nobody will know you. And you also got to make sure you got to have the 1 million liability and the 100K cargo.
So why don't you educate them or everybody else too, as far as that goes and expediting? You said no one knows you, so how do you get known? How do you pop your cherry so that you're known in that space, so that people know you, so that they'll give you loads?
It's like a two-edged sword. You got to bid, 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 so they see your name, and you got to start doing loads, and you got to get to know people, and you got to. A lot of time, a lot of good brokers I made good connections with
Mm.
because I would joke with them and mess with them, you know. And sometimes they'll put a load up, and I'll say, "Hey, that's my load," and they'll say, "Okay, how much?" I'll say, "How about this?" Okay,
So what
because they
can he?
know me.
So what can he do
You,
in the meantime? He said.
it's rough in the beginning with the van. You know, it's not like you're having a big truck and you can go on Truck Stop or DAT or all these other boards, or even the brokers have a lot of their own boards. The cargo vans and the sprinters are really select this, and there's another one called Full Circle. Full Circle, you're not going to touch because you need 5 to 10 vehicles, and you must pay for all the insurance. You can't even bring on a bunch of owner operators.
Mm.
You have to pay the insurance. So that basically leaves you with Selectus. Some people use another one an Indian guy has called Virtual Fleet, which is kind of like a copycat of Selectus. But we see those loads on Selectus before you see them on Virtual Fleet. And then the other way a lot of these guys are going, they're using those apps. But like I said, they're coming for those apps. Because there's carriers that are using those apps to double broker loads to drivers.
Hold on, me. I gotta go back up. Yeah. So I was answering this guy about the dispatching. I wouldn't recommend any courses. Or should I use YouTube University trying to gain knowledge on how to secure loads? Um, what are you running? Are you? I'm assuming you're doing running middle mile OTR, right? Let me know what you're running.
While you're
Marie,
waiting on that, Marquis said, "What I hated about Selectus is that most communication is email based. They have it like that, and I've learned, I know it's a pain. They have it like that because there's no way those agents can take 50 plus calls on one load because it's so quick paced in the expedite with the vans. They get to know you after a while, and every once in a while they'll call you, or maybe when you're on the load, you can talk to them and kind of build a little rapport with them."
let me go back up. Hold on a second. Where I see something. Maria says, "Yeah, I don't believe that AI is going to take over this way." Okay, we'll see. We will see. How much can I make being local in San Diego with cargo van transit Ford 250 HR 2020?
Good luck.
There you go.
California is one of the cheapest states for freight for vans.
Oh, that's who I'm seeing this week to sign a contract with. Yes, I spoke with Ed. Oh, Ed, you spoke with Ed? Okay. Come back on my live next week and let me know how when you meet Ed, let me know your let me know what you think about Ed. But with a 16-foot box truck, yeah, I think Veterans Distribution is your best bet here. You're gonna have to work it though. I'm not listen. I'm not gonna tell you it's gonna be easy, and you may not even like to pay once you get in there. But with a 16-foot box truck, you're gonna have to work it until something else better comes along. Ed is a guy. He's gonna get straight to the point. It ain't gonna really be no negotiating. It is what it is. Whatever they present you with, and that's what it is. So, but yep.
Here, look, we got family over here. Jay,
Who?
I'm out of Cleveland, Ohio. What are you trying to move? A truck or a van?
I think Jay Black got a truck, if I'm not mistaken. I think he got a truck, if I'm not mistaken.
Why didn't you just tell Maria to put on some perfume before she goes to see Ed? Sometimes that can help, you know.
Man, man, veterans. Man, I remember the first time I applied with veterans, I thought I was gonna be able to lean on them like how I leaned on everybody else. Man, that was the only company that didn't budge. Man, I remember they did not budge. I tried them again, like recently, like within the past maybe 4 years. I think I tried them again in 2018. Wouldn't budge, man. So me personally, veterans, I never ran with veterans because it just didn't make sense for me to run with them. Because their pay, they don't pay enough for a person running a fleet who was going to be able to provide them multiple trucks, and I got to pay multiple people. The margin just wasn't there. So I never ran with them. But I think if you run with veterans distribution and you're the driver, you're on the truck, whether you're running a curbside final mile route or you're running a 2 person big and bulky route, I think if you're on the truck, then you have margin there to profit. It's going to be hard profiting if you're not on the truck with what they pay.
I put
And
my email up there for Jay since he's from Cleveland.
just drop it and then I'll tag it up there. Oh, he got a van, 250.
Yeah.
You put your email up there? Yeah, just put it up there.
Yeah, it's right underneath that van 250.
Oh, okay. Maria, hi, don't worry, I got my way. I'm a hard worker. I run circles around most. Also, Maria's driving her own truck, so that's good. That's good. She's gonna have to drive that truck if she's gonna run with them.
Yeah, another thing is too, a lot of people get in the industry, everyone, like, at least for a year, run your own vehicle. You got a lot of people that jump in and they say, oh, I'm going to have a fleet. I'm going to have 5 trucks, 10 trucks. Just run the
No,
one and see how it goes
well,
for a year.
I think those people now like goes back to what I was talking about earlier. Everybody has is this boss culture. You know, people are looking for multiple streams of income. So they feel like, okay, I buy a truck, I put a. This is how they say it. They make it sound like it's just so easy. I'm gonna buy a truck, I'm gonna put a driver in it, and I'm gonna have another. That's gonna be another stream of income, but it's just not that simple. At least not anymore. So I think that's why you hear a lot of people saying, okay, they're just gonna put a driver in it until they buy the truck, and then they realize it's hard to find a driver, or that driver that they had lined up goes out and works a week, works a day, works a month, and then just quits on them, and now that truck is sitting. So it is what it is. I think the goal is to create a business, build it, scale it, and hopefully eventually sell it. But now, like I always say, scaling, even if you have all your ducks in a row and you have all the resources, you got the capital, scaling this type of business now in these times is going to be the hardest part. It's going to be the hardest part.
Yeah, Maria says something about dedicated lanes, but a lot of people want to have dedicated lanes and contracts and stuff. But here's the thing: unless you're just doing quick little local stuff, they're not gonna. I mean, to me, they're not gonna keep you on the radar. You're gonna take a load 300 miles, and then they need another one moved the next day. You can't just deadhead back 300 miles. A lot of the dedicated stuff is going to go to guys that have carrier and broker authority, because if they don't have one of their vehicles in the area, then they're going to broker it out. So keep that in mind. I mean, I don't want you to get discouraged, but a lot of times, if you're doing local and you're staying close, it's one thing. But if you're doing OTR, they're going to call you and say, hey, we got another one for you over here in Illinois. You can say, well, I'm over in Tennessee now. So,
There's a lot of money to be made here. Um, but should I hit it with the butt, or should I just not say nothing? Because I don't want
no,
to.
you got to be honest. Hit that
I
butt.
don't. You're in a 16 footer, so um your options are going to be a little bit limited because of the truck. Um And that's just the honest to God. Cause I can send you, just like I mentioned veterans distribution to you, and then you say, oh yeah, I got a meeting with them. I can name a bunch of companies in Elk Grove Village to send you to because I'm from here and I know this market. I've been doing this since 2010. But the reason why I mentioned veterans and I stopped there and didn't mention a lot of other companies because if I send you out on Thorndale Road, there's one thing all those companies want. If they even sit down and talk to you, that's a 26-foot truck with a lift gate. So there's opportunities here. Yeah, I can send you out to Elk Grove Village. I can send you out to Addison. I can send you out to Wooddale, just Wooddale and Elk Grove Village. That whole Thorndale strip. There's just so many companies, but man, 26-footer.
Well, see, then she said here, I understand that, of course, but maybe there's a way to also find dedicated lanes in other states. But that's what I was trying to explain to you. You could take a load 300 or 400 miles. You need a return load. Unless they have a round trip for you, usually you're going to go make a deal for company. They're giving you one-way tickets. And don't put all your eggs in one basket because companies change constantly. What happened when the auto industry went on strike about 2 years ago, and then COVID hit and they all shut down. There's actually trucking companies that went out of business because they depended solely on auto freight, and they were big trucking companies. So you got to keep that in mind too. You got to deal with different companies. To me, what I would do, especially if you're new, I wouldn't concentrate so much on trying to get contracts. I would try to sign up with an expedited carrier who's going to keep you busy. That way, you just worry about driving and collecting your money for now. And you can learn if you pay attention too. You'll learn shippers, you'll learn how things work. But don't ever back solicit. They give you a load and you show up at the shipper to receive and you say, hey, can I do some loads for you? You'll get blackballed real quick.
I think going with veterans, since you're just getting started, I think that's probably the best bet for you right now. Learn the industry, um,
They do
learn
a lot
from
of local mark.
learn from a local perspective on how to run and time management, things of that nature. Um, and then if you want to seek other opportunities after you've spent some time with veterans from a local level dealing with multi-stop final mile, then I think looking into other opportunities will probably be better then. I think you should utilize veterans distribution as a stepping stone and a part of the learning process.
It's like right before New Year's, I had a broker call me. He had a load going to Vegas, Cleveland to Vegas, and I got $1.42 a mile in the van. It paid me 3,000, right around 3,000. I knew it was one way. I know Vegas is a pain. I've gotten out of there before, but I knew there was going to be guys sitting over there. I didn't expect to move right away. I went over there. I played some good football bets, made a little bit more money. Then I had to make a decision to move because I needed a return load. And I had in my mind, I'm going to deadhead all the way to El Paso. It's like 700 miles, I believe. I actually got almost to Tucson, and I had when I stopped in Phoenix to refuel, I bid on another load coming out of Nogales. It was very late, 10, 11 o'clock at night. I started driving again, and I was almost by Tucson. They called me. They said, are you still available? I said, yeah, I'm 90 minutes out. It wasn't picked till in the morning. But then I grabbed that one for $1.20 coming all the way back up to Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
I grossed a little over 5,000. My costs with fuel and food and everything, I'm going to say about 1,000 I spent. I cleared 4,000 on 2 loads. But I did that in 1 week. I wasn't running around like a chicken with my head off trying to make 3 or 4,000. And I'm not saying that to say there's a lot of money in the vans. It's it's knowing where to go and who you deal with. There was guys they offer us sometimes over here in Cleveland. There was one earlier today to go to California for 80 cents. I laughed. You got to learn. You got to learn to say no in this game.
I think a lot of new people that come into the space, they don't know how to say no. I think once they get the equipment and they're ready to roll, they're just ready to get out there and drive, I guess, and they don't know what to say no to. I think that comes with experience. You know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
So they're going through that learning curve. They don't know what to say no to. So that's all that is, man. Let me go back up. Van Transit 250. Okay, thanks, appreciate. What low boards? I think you answered that. Have a million petty. I don't know what this. The best advice I give everyone is to never forget to put diesel in your truck. I think that's a sneak diss at another channel. Uh, how much can I make being local in San Diego? We already answered that one. I think I'm caught up as a beginner dispatcher. Yeah, I think I'm. Oh no, not caught up. Yay for mentorship date. Yeah, I sent everybody the notifications about the mentorship date. So be ready August 22nd, man. Be ready. When I send a Zoom link, it'll also have the time. My class starts on time. And I gotta bring you into the class. So if once I start, if you're not on time, the classroom door gonna be locked. So but yeah, August 22nd. That's the start date for the free mentorship. All right, man.
Did you say August?
No, damn. Did I say August? January 22nd. Next Sunday.
Yeah, I
Next
thought you said
Sunday.
August.
Yeah, next Sunday. I probably did. It's getting late. So this is one of those lives. I said, man, I'm gonna cut my lives down to 2 hours, but man, it'd be hard. It'd be hard, man. It'd be hard. I gotta get my lives to 2 hours, man. I might stop doing Q&A. I'm gonna do one Q&A live for the month. I think I'm just gonna do my presentations, and I may just limit my Q&A to 5 questions, and I'm gone, bro. I gotta break them down. I try to help as many people as possible. If I got the answers, if I don't got the answers in my lane, I try to find the people like Axel in those lanes that can answer those questions for you. So that's what we do. I know that's what I do on my channel. I try not to get caught up in all the foolishness, with this whole box truck thing. I ain't in competition with nobody. I can't help the fact that I'm 42 going on 43 years old and I've been doing this since I was 29, 30. So, my knowledge base comes from just years of doing it. And I just warn people to, be careful. And I'm just so sick of hearing all this shit, you know what I'm saying? This box, like sometimes I don't even want to, like I come on the lives, but sometimes like after I watched Kirk's live earlier, he was drained after his live. I was drained just watching it, man. And that situation he was talking about, that's one thing. But man, it's just so many people right now that are just upset, man, and I just hold all of that stuff from content creators who ain't doing good to subscribers who ain't doing good. Everybody running around with a chicken like a chicken with their head cut off. I just say all that's due to not doing the proper research and holding yourself accountable as a business person. And that's it. That's it. So I'm gonna end this live for everybody that came in late. I think once I close this live out, maybe not tonight, maybe tomorrow, go back, watch the beginning part of the live. I think I dropped some gems. I got some stuff coming up, real, really, really good content coming up from a different perspective on this box truck thing. I'm not doing any like basic teaching stuff. I'll do that in my free mentorships. I may open up another free mentorship in the spring. But everything from now is going to be on a perspective of utilizing your box truck as a stepping stone. I'm not going to promote anybody get into this business and make it their end all be all. I'm just not. So I'm going to do everything from an open mind state of utilizing your box truck as a stepping stone to make more money and eventually exiting. And you can scale it, but make sure, and I'll show you how to scale it. And if you can scale it, you're in a place where you have the resources of, when I say resources, people that are willing, capable to work. I'll show you how to scale it, and I'll show you how to sell it and move on to other things. And that's where I'm going from here on out. Any parting words for you, Axel?
I mean, Florentine had another question. What do you think of introducing ourselves personally to carriers? But you're a carrier, so introducing yourself to other carriers, that's always remember something. Carriers are not supposed to be giving another carrier loads. You can lease onto them, but you won't be able to use your authority. So what I was suggesting is just pick out a good expedite carrier and lease onto them. Most good people in expedite don't like when you multi-carry either. They don't want you working for 5 carriers. Me personally, I understand why, because they don't want to put their dispatch to worry about finding you a load 6 or 7 days a week, but you're only taking one from them. So they're not making any money off you, just taking up a little bit of their time. They don't make any money like that. They want you to work for the team.
Uh, yeah, I meant January. Marcus, January 22nd, free mentorship for the 15 people who want it. What's the guest YouTube channel? Axel Live, but he never posts anything. So, but his channel is
Not
Axel
yet.
Live. But
You know,
you
I
good,
post more stuff on my TikTok that you keep talking about, man. But my TikTok jumped from 33 followers all the way up to like I might be at 600 tonight.
man. I got like I don't know a couple thousand, and I don't even be on there. I don't even know how I got them, why I got them. But every day,
Well, you got a
even
couple thousand. When I get my thousand, we'll do some lives on TikTok. I'm sure it'll be
I
interesting.
think people from my YouTube following go over there and they just subscribe, but I don't I don't know how to use it. I've tried. I think I got like 3 or 4 things up over there, and it took me all day to figure out how to. When you put the frames together, like I'll put like caption on the frame, and then when I go to the next frame, the previous frame would be there, but the caption disappeared, and I don't know how to make it stick. Like I'm
You know,
smart, but I can't figure that shit out. I don't
well,
know,
you know
man.
what you should do? Just take a 2 minute or less clip from your like the show, and just load that up on the TikTok and be done with it.
Yeah, I think the
Like
YouTube is
whatever
just
you made a good point about or something, just clip it out and
you know
post it up.
yeah, I don't even do that for Instagram. I don't even do shorts on YouTube. You know, I don't me personally I don't see the value for me personally in it. Like I'm not trying to be a social media star. You know, that's why I don't post on TikTok. I don't know how to do it. If you go to my Instagram, the only reason I use Instagram is to post when I go live in the stories. I haven't posted a post on Instagram in months. You know, I'm not trying to build a social media dynasty. You know, my YouTube got popular, I think, because of the information I put out. All right. Granted, okay. But even still on here, I don't do antics. I don't do none of that. I just provide information and I come on live. And when I see everybody else abandon the community because things weren't going good for them, I didn't abandon the community. I just went harder because there still was people that needed questions uh, answered. There was people that came and they're still coming for direction. And sometimes people just want a person to bounce an idea off of that has been in this industry for a while. Um, but I'm not looking for that popular. I don't want to do TikTok. Actually, I'm gonna be honest with you. That shit is very frustrating to me, man. Trying to figure that
But
shit
that's what
out.
I'm saying. Keep it simple. You don't even have to do anything. Just clip out 2 minutes, load it up.
But what I mean, I'm saying like, what's that going? It's going. People going to follow me. Then what? Like, what's it going to gain me or gain
But
them? A clipping.
yeah, but you can link them together. Like if you go on my channel or on my TikTok, look, one refers back to the other one.
So just link it to the YouTube video so they watch the whole thing.
Like on your YouTube, you would add your TikTok.
Right.
So on the
I
top
I
corner,
did
they'll
that
see your
already.
TikTok. Okay,
Oh, you
now
talking about
go to your
YouTube?
TikTok.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, and then on your TikTok, you can put your link for your YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, say they watched the clip of this show. You put a 2 minute clip. They say, "Man, this is interesting. Let me go to his YouTube and see the whole episode."
Okay.
So I would just use it like that. It's kind of like a TV guide. They get a little taste. Oh, let me go to the YouTube and see the whole show.
Man, I ain't touched my TikTok probably since about maybe August, September. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go mess with it, man. I'm gonna muster up the courage.
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
even on your
muster.
TikTok, if you link them back and forth, you could jump on the TikTok. You could be walking down the street or something. This is Mark. Tonight, I got something good to talk about. You know, you'll
Man,
catch me on YouTube tonight. That's it.
man, I don't even, bro. I don't even promote. Man, I used to promote my lives like a few days before, every day leading into it. Man, I don't even do that anymore. I just think now people know I'm coming on. So the people who
Uh-huh.
come, they come. Some people check in, but a lot of people watch the replay because, like right now, a lot of like the Amazon people that watch me, they work overnight. A lot of OTR guys that watch me, they listen to me drive while they driving rather. So, like my demographic is older. Like if I think if I put content out on TikTok, I think it's going to attract a younger demographic, and I don't think they're really going to be interested in the stuff we talk about because a lot of the time, like even earlier tonight, I was talking about them. They're not going to like that. I don't think they're going to really be interested in me. You know what I'm saying? What I have to say,
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. There is a lot of trucking people on TikTok. Tons
I'm
of them.
I might muster up the courage, man. That TikTok is I don't know, man. That's like inventing the light bulb 3,000 years ago or something, man. I don't. It seems so easy, but man, it just be so hard. I don't know.
I I think I started this thing. I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago. I already jumped it up to 564 followers, and then I only put 12, 16 videos.
I think if you,
Some are me driving. Some are like dumb thing. One is a drug addict dancing around in California.
I, I think if you put out content, you would be very. I think if you focused on putting out content, I think your channel will blow up. I think your channel will
Well,
blow up.
mine's gonna be a little bit of something you don't like, because mine's gonna have some controversy.
I know you're a controversial. That's why I know. That's why I'm saying it'll blow up. It'll blow up. A lot of people like controversy.
Well, what I'm going to do is I want to get this TikTok to the 1,000, because the stuff I have, even with the Ecamm, but even the unit I have in the van, I can
Mm,
multi-stream. So if I go to do a video or a live, I can do it to 2 or 3 platforms all at one time.
mm.
So I'm just trying to get them set right now.
Alberto Guerrero, what's a good app to get loads for 16-foot box truck? Man,
Man, you got to
these
put
six.
that. You got to put like a answer page or something. Just post the link to the answer page.
Man, this that 16-foot box truck, man. I gotta look at the prices. Are they giving those things away? Is that like the
They are a
Tesla
little
right
bit
now? They giving them
cheaper.
away? Um,
They are a little bit cheaper than the vans lately.
and
They're
see, that's
starting
the
to pop
thing.
up a lot.
Like, yeah, the 26 foot is hard to get into, so people are getting advantage of the 16 foot. I don't know. I guess you just chimed in because I answered Maria the same thing. Same answer, man. 16-foot box truck, like a middle child, man. It's forgot about. Doesn't get any attention. It's too much truck for van work. Your typical parcel final mile van work. Your office supply stuff similar to what Amazon DSP delivers. It's too much. It's just too much. It's overkill. Then it's not enough truck for everything else. Your Amazon relay, your OTR, dock to dock stuff, your big and bulky final mile, your appliance and your furniture delivery. It's just not enough truck. So it's stuck in the middle. It's kind of lost its way in commerce during the 2010s. It had a significant place, but not anymore. I don't know what market you're in. If you're in my market, I can point you in a few directions that you can get some freight locally with a 16-foot box truck. If you're not in Chicago or surrounding area, then you want to look at a company called Select Express. Select Express has a bunch of retail accounts, Dick's Sporting Goods. They have Peloton. They got Bye Bye Baby and a plethora of other accounts. And they have 16-foot box truck work on a national level. They also acquired Go Configure, so they have a plethora of fitness equipment contracts accounts as well. But those accounts do require delivery and assembly, and they also have, if you're really mechanically inclined and you know how to pour concrete and mix concrete, they do a lot of basketball goal in ground installations. Those pay okay. So that's a company that you can go with for a 16-foot box truck. Other than that, your resources are kind of limited. Kind of limited, kind of limited, kind of limited. Thank you, Mark and Axel. Maria, appreciate you for chiming in. Can you share your TikTok profiles, please? Mine is Mark the Mentor across all social media networks. What's yours, Axel?
I put it up there, Axel Time Live on
Okay.
TikTok.
Okay. Let the market decide. Let the market decide. What are you talking about? I'm lost. What was I talking about that you said responding to let the market decide? That's my man. I think I'm gonna have to go with a 26-foot truck instead. Then LOL, I'm in the Boston area. Um, I think a 26-foot box truck will open you up to a lot more opportunities. You wouldn't have to look for opportunities as hard as you would a 16-foot box truck. Obviously, you'll make more money. Your cost will be more, but you'll make more money. And I think you'll probably be just a little bit more satisfied uh, with a 26-foot box truck.
But there's a but.
What's the but?
Make sure you're ready for the road. If you've never been on the road, that's a big jump to go out and get a 26-foot box truck, and then 2 months later say this is not for me.
Yeah, so yeah. You gotta make sure you're ready for the road unless you want to do like Amazon Relay, which you're probably not gonna be happy about. That seems like no one's happy about that except one person. So other than that, you can do final mile if you got someone else to work with you. That'll pay you a lot of money, but it's gonna also be a lot of lifting, very labor intensive. And if you really want to make a lot of money, I think I'm gonna start doing moving content since that's how I started. You can start a moving company, make a lot of money, but that's going to even be more lifting than final mile. So you got more options with a 26-foot box truck. So if one thing ain't working, then you can pivot easily into something else. Final mile ain't going nowhere. Final mile ain't going
Mark,
nowhere.
you know what I think you should do?
Yep.
I think you should get a recliner, head over to a truck stop, and just recline back in the recliner with the trucks in the background moving around while you're doing the show.
Why? Because I be looking
I just
sleepy, tired.
no, I think it would just give a nice, atmosphere.
I'm working on some things this year. I'm working on putting something together, but I'm funding it all myself, so I don't know if it's going to come into fruition. I haven't even really spoke about it, so um, I want to
I mean,
do.
at least change that purple background for me.
I'm not changing it. I was thinking about changing it to green, but I've been thinking about putting something together. But man, this community is just real funny. So if I'm gonna invest my money into building something dope for the community, I gotta make sure it's appreciated. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna try to finish working on this event that I'm hopefully I'm gonna be able to pull together. Right now, I don't have any sponsorship, so I'm been working on funding it, and if I do pull it off, I gotta fund the other content creators that I gotta get them out here and cover their expenses and plane tickets. Right now, I'm trying to source sponsorship for that, um, and I'm also still looking for a venue um, for that. So it's a lot of things I'm working on. I do want to do like a real show and maybe get it like syndicated on like a podcast network for like this box truck thing, because even though it's a small niche, it's a revolving niche. So I know a lot of people have exited the past month or two, but I'm also seeing peaks of a lot of people entering. There's a lot of new subscribers on my channel, and there's a lot of new subscribers that I see every time I go live that are expressing interest. So I do want to do like something dope. Maybe we can me and you can do something together. We called Van in a Truck podcast or something. I don't know, man. We'll figure something out, man.
Well, like I said, like tonight, I switched. I went and I got two phones, but I switched the one to the iPhone 14, and I figured that way, if I'm ever on the road, and the phone works out good. So They give you something. Maybe I'll be on the road. I don't know, bitching at somebody or picking up something or whatever. But
I'm going to get a 16-foot box truck tomorrow. Congratulations. Just make sure you get. Well, you said you're in Boston, so I don't know. I don't know about the Boston market, so I don't know But I know you can go probably do T-Force with it. There's a few other places I can point you in the right direction if you get it and you need work. I'm talking about the younger people listening to you. Let the market decide. Oh, you saying just put the stuff out there and let them decide? Oh yeah, I might do that. I might dibble and dabble. Probably not this month because I'm working on that mentorship and I got some other stuff going on. That's why I be tired, man. My days like I normally do 30% work, 30% research, but right now it's like 80%. I just got a lot of stuff that I'm committed to right now, so I just be tired. But I'm gonna probably mess with TikTok maybe in February or March. Maybe give it another try. Let me see.
just
In,
keep it simple.
in other words, don't prejudge what could be an opportunity. See, here's the thing. I don't look at, and it's nothing. I don't look at this as an opportunity. You know, I look at it as well. Initially, I came on because I saw misinformation being put out there, so I came on to put out valid information. I didn't know um, that my channel was going to grow exponentially in 8 9 months the way it did. Like I'm at around the 9,000 subscribers, and according to YouTube's standards or their model, it takes the average person who builds a YouTube channel about a year and a half just to hit to 1,000 subscribers. So I'm
Hmm.
doing really well. And the only thing that I'm doing, and I'm in a very, 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 very small niche. Like this box truck thing, this ain't like I ain't talking about Lamborghinis now. You know what I'm saying? So it's a very small niche. So the channel grew exponentially, and my whole mission is when I do content videos is to really provide valid information and good information and help people. That's why I'm doing those 15 free mentorships. So that's like $75,000 in value. It's about 5 grand per person. You know what I'm saying? So doing stuff like that, helping people, kind of trying to help fix some of the mess that I guess other people who utilized 2020 2021 as an opportunity to make money. I don't want to say they preyed on people. I'm just going to say they looked at it as an opportunity to make money. And then you had some people that were misinformed that listened to these people. I'm just trying to help turn things around. And that's just my mission is to help, you know what I'm saying? But I'm going to give it a try. I'll give it a try in another month or so. And try my foot at this TikTok thing again. We see where it goes, and maybe the message. Maybe you might be right. Maybe the message can grow a little bit louder if I use that platform and maybe help some people out. But it's all good.
Yeah, because like I said, there's a ton of truckers. There's a bunch of box truckers on there, and I didn't know there was that many on there. I mean, I find a bunch of them every day.
Yeah, I feel you, but it could become an opportunity just like when you started your van business in the beginning, your back was against the wall, but it became something bigger without your intention. Yeah, I think and actually I got a show. I actually jotted it down. It's a working title. I'm gonna do probably a live damn, what is it? I wrote it down too. Hold on. Because I'm going to talk about something like that. I'm going to build a live around that. I might do that Thursday. How desperation can be the key to success. I think a lot of people right now, um, well, you know what? In the past year or two, they just had the money. There wasn't a desperation there. I think if you look at a lot of great entrepreneurs, um, I think desperation, back against the wall situations can lead to great success. I think when you are in a jam and you come up with ideas in a jam, you work extremely hard because life is kicking you in the ass at the moment. And when life is kicking you in the ass, you're willing to go above and beyond. But when there's some sense of comfortability there, when you're trying to build something, you may not go as hard. So that's something I'm working on for Thursday's show. So it's funny that you mentioned that little insight, but I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. But that's the type of content I want to do. I want to do things like that, like talking about man's desperation and key to success, things like that, to kind of like get people thinking deeper. And just, I don't want people to just think, oh, rate per mile, cost per mile. We did all that last year. I'm gonna let all those other new guys that are trying to find their space in this YouTube thing, they can recreate the wheel. I'm not trying to recreate the wheel. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to invent and innovate. So I'll let these guys fight over who has the best cost per mile video. I'm trying to create dope shit and innovate. So that's what I'm focusing on. I'm gonna get out of here. Axel, I appreciate you as
Anytime,
always,
Sam.
for coming on. Everybody that's still in here, I appreciate you guys. I won't be on Tuesday. My Tuesday nights resume in February. I'll be back on Thursday with a really dope topic. Until then, everybody have a good night. Axel, once again, thank you, my brother. You're welcome
Same.
anytime.
Peace. Peace. Peace.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.